Okay, let's start.
Okay, when just because like for example, you have number one, you need to stay in the first chair.
First chairs.
We're not in the chair now. We're just walking and talking.
We can use just one. احنا طبعا نستعملوا واحد وبعد نحطوهم من واحد لواحد.
It's good.
So, Abhishek Mkacher. So you go from the one. Okay, we can start.
No, we have one mic, but then second mic on the side. Like whoever's pitching comes with the second mic. Okay. Yeah. You.
Sit.
Rashid. Guys.
Where's me? Where's me? I can start.
صباح الخير مرحبا بكم
Good morning, welcome everybody. My name is Rashid Jannan. I represent the AVEC Association for Volunteering, Cultural Exchange and Youth Work. I wanted to welcome my guests from the city of Nabeul coming to this meeting for the United Screens. I want to also welcome our guests and our partners in this meeting. It is a project supported by AVEC. It was the one that supported us financially and artistically, and this project is a partnership with the Savi Association from Berlin and Mehna Association from Egypt. These are our partners in this project. This project started 2 years ago with the situation of the coronavirus. We are happy today that we were able to hold a meeting in real life. There was a lot of work online and we are happy to meet each other face to face. I hope that you have a nice day here in Nabeul, and I hope that all of the segments of the projects are successful. I wanted to give you just a glimpse of the association. The association was established in 2015. It is a cultural artistic association that works on volunteering and everything artistic. Our association is accredited by the European Union since 2015 until 2027. We are an association that hires students and young people, especially students, to participate in internships, in partnerships project with Erasmus grants, if you've ever heard of it. This is an open invitation to the students and young people in Nabeul and the whole country if they want to join us and if they want to do internship long-term or short-term in one of the European countries or the southern side of the Mediterranean. We are here to help you and to find you these internships. What else? So in our local activities, we have a festival called 24 hours of directing. Now, this is our fourth version of the festival. It is open to students and cinephiles from the whole country. We have a partnership with the French League for Youth Centers. We gather every year 100 young girl and boy, and they will give us a concept for a film, and they will give us a short movie. And since there was the coronavirus pandemic, we're not able to hold it this year, but in March we are going to do this festival again, and I want to send an invitation to the people who are passionate about cinema. You can go on the Facebook page of the association, and you can have all of the information there, and you can contact us in the fourth version of this. I want to pass the microphone to Mr. Mohamed. He's the coordinator, and Laura is the coordinator from Berlin, and Abhishek, he's Indian, but he's a coordinator from Berlin as well. Hello, welcome everybody. Welcome everybody in this program that is going to be run through for 3 days. We have today and the day after. We have a lot of workshops. This program is called Think Well, is because we are going to rethink the problems of cinema and the spaces for cine clubs from a youthful view. Now we invited people who are efficient in the field of cinema. We invited researchers and filmmakers and directors, and I want to also thank Mnasser. They are the co-corrector with us in this program. So from Mnasser we will have Insaf Machta, is an association from Mohamed, also Insaf and Rashid. You can, as students, and because the cinema is starting to reopen in front of you or open in front of you, we are here to think together on and to have discussions on what we can do and how now we perceive movies and how we distribute films that we will be able to do as filmmakers, independent filmmakers, and the circulation. You can. We will also have Cine, which is a festival, alternative festival or an alternative collective. Welcome everybody, and now I'm going to give the word to my partners from Savi to talk about the whole project, the United Screens. Thank you. Forgive me, I'll pass the word to Mohamed Said before Savi. Welcome everybody. I just wanted to talk about the choice of this project. Why was it held in Nabeul? If we go back to the content of the whole project and the things that we'll debate about, we'll find a lot of things that are decentralized and away from the centralization of everything in Tunisia, the capital. We will have a lot of experiences that we'll talk about in this idea, especially that the Nabeul state historically through the art institution, the high art institution in Nabeul, and the training center here in Nabeul. So we have a lot of technicians and audiovisual technicians from Nabeul. We have a lot of those students are from the state of Nabeul. And we made the choice that this event will be held in Nabeul with the resources available to us, and we would love that if we have cinema houses like we used to have before in Nabeul. There are a lot of collectives that are being created or in the means of creating to become to be able to do distribution for films, etc. independently. This is what we want is to bring back the circulation of cinematographic field in Nabeul. The initiative is of Gilan Space for the cultural center. This used to be a movie theater or movie cine to everybody, and there were projections for movies every week. This is why we chose Nabeul, because of the symbolism of this place and the symbolism of the state in Nabeul as a whole. This is the idea in regards to the choice of the space for the event. We want to thank everybody that helped for this event. whether with technical means or with actual work. In the AVEC Association, Mr. Adel Slama, Mr. Abdel Qadir Zmander, Mr. Rashid, Mr. Hatem Faza, Ashraf, Ranav, Ayman, Bilal, and the interpreters. Thank you, everybody working here, the space Ghislaine, and the director of the Cultural Center, Sabar Hamisi. Thank you, everybody, for helping. So we are able now to do this project. Thank you so much, and I hope you spend really good 3 days.
Mohamed, thank you very much for hosting us here. And thank you everyone for being thank you everyone for being part of this, and I hope that we would all see each other over these 3 days, coming 3 days, to unpack cinema culture as we understand in the context of Tunisia. I mean, I would say that coming from Berlin or from somewhere outside, it was super important, our partnership with AVEC, to really also understand the context that we are engaging in, and to also go deeper into the cinematic practice of circulation of films and showing of films, and our countless hours of discussions between Mohamed, Manel, and Rashid, all of us, talking over these 2 years of lockdown and restrictions. How would cinema be after this time? When we are able to watch cinemas together again. But our point of departure was also Nabeul as a city or as a town where we find ourselves in right now, which is also a point of migration, a lot of not just migration in like from here to, let's say, Europe, but from Nabeul to Tunis as the capital. In our discussions with people from AVEC, we've realized that that almost 50% of cinema technicians and people who work in cinema are trained in Nabeul, but then they don't have the infrastructure to then stay back. And these are some of the questions that we are dealing with, not beyond the aesthetics of cinema itself, or beyond. So we want to also engage in the sustainability aspect or economy, and how can it be sustainable for all of us who work in cinema? And these are some thoughts, but of course these thoughts would just evolve over the next 3 days. Well, from my side, that's all. Welcome again, and I would leave the mic to Laura.
Hi everyone, also from my side, and I'm really, really grateful to be here, and for AVEC for hosting us here, but also for having all of you here with us in the room, and hopefully online as well, so we can join into discussions and exchange our ideas. The word cinema comes from movement. The French word comes from the Greek word kinema, which means movement, and I think true to this etymology, cinema has always been in constant flux, and trying to understand where we are moving, how we are moving, and also this distinction between cinema and cinema, so the place in which cinema is exhibited, is something that this project United Screens has been interested in. Where are the friction zones? How do we also, after these 2 years of pandemic, find the space to exhibit, and how? And maybe also going back and being informed by or not even challenging to reinvent the wheel, how can we go back and see what has happened in the 60s and 70s, what modes of hacking the traditional, very hegemonic system based on colonial legacies of impacting and capturing the image, how can we learn from ways of subversion, how can we think about cinemas as ways of activation, of performativity, and what modes of translation of this language of cinema can we find? And I think this is something that we've been interested in, but also are still exploring. So I think what we're trying to do here over the course of the next 3 days, this Think Well idea is also just to bring people together, to jam on ideas, to think about new formats. We don't, I don't know, we're broadcasting from here live, but we don't know if it's gonna work. We have this beautiful screen. By the way, shout out to Nancy who did the design for this Think Well, who's sitting in the back. We have this little screen that we created yesterday which says, sorry for technical difficulties, we'll be back in a minute. So you may be seeing this a lot or maybe not, we don't know. But for sure is that we wanted to create a space to come together, and we're really happy that we can do it physically here now and to share ideas and think about how we want to proceed in the future of finding alternative ways of alternative systems, and also what actually cinephilia means today, and what political role cinephilia still plays today and still should play today. And I think at this moment we also want to take a second to shout out to all the filmmaker friends in Ukraine at the moment who are suffering from violence and from atrocities, and we just want to stand in solidarity. In this sense, I think maybe before any further ado, we have an amazing panel coming up, and we have a great program over the course of the next 3 days. Just a bit quick comments, maybe Manel, you want to introduce us to what's happening today, and we'll just do a quick rundown.
اوكي البانيل اللي باش نبداو
So the panel that we're going to start with today is going to talk about post-revolution cinema. It will be a panel managed by or moderated by Mnasser and Mohamed Amri, and the intervener will be interventions are going to be from Intissar and Insaf and Mohamed Frini. So they are going to talk to us today. Mohamed and Insaf and Intissar are going to talk to us today about the collectives that were created post-revolution and that could be alternatives. To do the circulation of movies, we're going to work with young people, and we are going to start working on the decentralization because everything is centered in Tunis. But if you work on Wadilil, for example, that could be considered as decentralization, although the centralization is in Tunis, but it is away from the center. So we are going to talk about the cinema, FTCC, FTCA, CNC, AVEC, and we are going to talk more about the spaces, like Cinereef, the space that they created, so they were able to do their festival there. And the third day, we're going to talk more about the technologies. So we can, I think, start our panel and introduce the moderator, and we'll leave the word to the moderator to introduce his panel. Welcome again, and because without you, there will be no events. Okay, thank you, and welcome again now. So there are projections every day, starting from 6 p.m. in Gilani Space. So the first moderator, can you please come and talk to us? Mr. Mohamed Nejib Mnasser is a university professor and researcher in the field of cinema and an amateur in the field of scenario and color corrector post-production.
قبل أن أبدأ أريد أن أقول شيئا بأنه لإنجاح هذا سواء كنا حضوريا أو عبر النت، إذا نحن لدينا فريق كبير من الأشخاص الذين يلتقون ببعضهم البعض. أريد أن أسميهم بدون ترتيب: بلال منقاي، أيمن جرادي، حمد العمراني، سيف عبد اللاوي، أنور سعيد، هيثم بن عبد الله، إيهاب الهادي، محمد رجب، هبة ليلي، بلال عفاس. هم في مقصورة الترجمة أشرف نجار. وكذلك بالنسبة للبث الحي، إذا لدينا رنا غادي كريم من بويلك ميديا، وزندوم، أيمن بوركبة، سمر خلف الله، حاتم فازع، وإذا كنت قد نسيت واحدة من الأسماء نرجو أن تسامحوني. وكذا أرى السيد نصر الدين وكل الطاقم هنا الذين يقومون بهذا التصميم الجيد، كذلك لاورا، وكذلك لم يكن كل هذا ممكنا من دون نية العمل على الأرض أو العمل على أرض الواقع الذي قام به فريق سافي. فريق سافي إذا أريد أن نقدم كذا الشكر لفريق سافي أو مسارب، وكذلك من كل فريقنا في برلين والبقية وكل هؤلاء سوف يؤدون الدور الذي يقومون به.
Note, we will be speaking in English as well as in Tunsi and French, and we have translation. So there's headsets. With the first panel will be in Tunsi and French, as well as the second one this afternoon. We will have an English panel. So if you need translation, it's here. And thank you so much for being here.
So everybody, welcome to the first episode of the discussion. I want to invite our guests, participants, Insaf Machta, and a college or university professor, specialty French literature and cinema in the University of Nabeul, and the president of Mnasser Association. Welcome, Insaf. Intissar Belaid, cinema director and visual artist. Thank you, and welcome, Intissar. Mohamed Frini, General Director and co-founder founder of Hakka Distribution. Ihab Amri, a journalist and a producer, specialty cinema, and a veteran of cinema clubs. Welcome, Ihab. So go ahead, have a seat. So this discussion panel today is going to be about what role do collectives and individual initiatives in post-revolution cinema. So we are going to give the word to the panel, and then we will open discussion between them, and then we can have some questions and interventions from the public. So the first intervention will be from the Professor Insaf Machta, that will talk to us about one of the successful experiences post-revolution, which is the experience of Masarib, an experience that decided to leave the center and go to the marginalized and work on the field. So I refer the word to Ms. Insaf. Before everything, I want to thank the organizers and supervised and organized this meeting and this event. And I want to thank everybody present with us today in the room. There is something I want to insist on before we start talking about the experience of the Mnasser Association, Sentier. When we say the role of collectives, post-revolution collectives, we always think about continuity post-revolution. It is true that there were a lot of major changes, but I think that there was a movement, underground movement that was not obvious and shown, that existed before the revolution. And the issue of the continuity of this dynamic, we need to take into consideration these collectives did not come from nothing. So, for example, of course, these collectives like the FTCC or the FTCA, they existed before, they existed since the 60s. The FTCC, it was established in 1950, and it remained active despite all the obstacles and the reality of persecution and oppression during Ben Ali and Bourguiba's time. But when we were near the years 2000s, in a creative atmosphere or suffocating atmosphere, politically, there were some initiatives that were not structured and that wanted to cut with the monopoly of the two big associations. It wasn't in confrontation with them, but a lot of people wanted to do something outside of these structures. And I think this is an important indicator because it is an indicator to a will of variety, and I will not mention all of these experiences. I am going to mention some experiences, and you'll see that the names that I am going to mention had a role post-revolution as well. So you all now hear about Hakka distribution and the role that it is playing on a level of diffusion. Hakka distribution is a collective, is called Cinephilia. Started to be active, correct me if I'm wrong, in 2007, 2008. I know, but I wanted to say that Amal and Qais were in this initiative that's called Cinephilia. It's an independent cinema club. It was established in Al Hamra theater, one of the oldest movie theaters, and it was an important experience. Mohamed also was active before. Mohamed Frini was active pre-revolution, and right after the revolution he worked in the Rdayef meeting and the decentralization movement on a level of movie releases in different regions of the country. So this dynamic existed, but the problem was that the spaces were closed. What changed post-revolution is that we were out. We were able, our ideas and our activities became visible. For example, from the active members in Cinephilia, there was Ismail in this Cine club. Ismail now is one of the main documentary movie directors. Post-revolution, he did Babylon with Alauddin Islam, the director of the movie Tlams that was presented yesterday, and with Ala Shabi. So all of this underground dynamic we had to keep in mind. Me, I had really simple experiences. I started with cine clubs in my university, where it was really hard to start cine clubs in universities, and my students really supported me. They had a resistance spirit that allowed us to work. They were able to get a space and established in 2005. And I had an experience in the 90s with Tahar Shikhawi. We started a magazine called Cine. And we were actually following the activities of the Tunisian Association for Film Critics that did cycles in Ibn Khaldun Cultural House, and we started writing about movies. So we were in these cycles. Also, Tahir Shihawi started cine clubs in the movie theater Africart that is now closed post-revolution. So this dynamic is important to keep in mind, and I think it's important to talk about. I am not going to talk about Sentier, but post-revolution, but I'm going to talk about the general scene and its role as distributor. It is very important, and the whole scenery of distribution changed in general in movie theaters. There are movies now that are targeting a wider public, but there is also a place for author cinema and alternative cinema. For example, Alauddin Slim films are distributed by Hakka Distribution, the movies of Hamza Al-Aouni. So there is programs, or there are programs that are destined for the wider public that needs to happen because we need resources and funds for other initiatives to survive. So we can also create a space for experiences that are targeting more unique publics. So post-revolution, these associations active in the cinema field, among them our association. We were another association called Nashez, and there was a side of a segment of these activities in relation to culture and cinema, and another one is about a think tank for the civil and political aspects of life. For us, the two areas are connected, and afterwards in relation to difficulties funding, we chose to leave. This group that was working on cinema decided to leave and created the Association of Santi in 2017. Our main aim at the point is to show individual and unique cinema, and nothing happens without passion in places that might be considered marginalized. And our idea, the name of our association is called Sentier in French, and it is a good relation we thought about. So one of the main places that we worked in 2017-2018 was Erdeyef. We started in Erdeyef. We started a project called Aishitna, or Our Life. It had 3 sessions. The first one was cinema and politics. I'm just going to mention the titles because the issue of caring about cinema and the cinephilia is a political act in itself. This does not necessarily mean that we have a certain ideology, but to us, if you go to a place like Erdeyef and you show a movie, maybe it's not something that has something to do with politics. It is in itself a political act because it is in region known for resistance, like political resistance and civil resistance, and it was the pre-scene of the Tunisian revolution, the mining, the Bayzine events happening there, but there were no initiatives happening there. So it is important for us to connect that militancy, political militancy, to culture. So one of the things in the first session we did is the political in cinema, as the world in work on cinema. And then we did a session called The Place and Limits in Cinema. the place and borders in cinema. One of the places that we worked in was Manzil Bourguiba. It is close to Tunis, but it is a working village, and it has cine clubs. In Retaif, we worked in alternative spaces. We wanted our experience to meet other experiences. Oh, another experience. I don't remember who did it. One of our first partners, an association, a collective that worked on the economy. It's called Siwa. Thank you, Qmar, for reminding me. And we worked in Manzil Bourguiba with a partnership with cinema clubs in Manzil Bourguiba. And currently we are working in the old Medina with young people in partnership with the Association of Shara Fan, the street is art, and we work in Wadi Lil with a partnership with a cine club that has been active since 2017 in the cultural house, in the youth house of Wadi Lil.
بالإتينيرانس ومشينا نحو
So we started with creating pants, and then we went into creating our imprint in the places. Erdeif was an interesting experiences, but it was far, so we were able to only just go there. We were able to go there 3 or 4 times a year, and just a seasonal thing. But the experience in Wadi Lil was different because we can go every week, either to the youth center or to schools. And we wanted to work on regularity, because I think there's nothing like regularity that could reap results. And the point of view of the association is based on the strong relationship between the thinking of the image and reading of the image, and then creating the image. It is true that the two aspects were separate for a long time. It's true in Tunisia we had a lot, an association was that its main purpose was to make cinema as public as possible and as reachable as possible, like the FTCC and the FTC. So we are going to talk about later. There's a panel where Tahir Shikhawi is participating. He is the person that established this association. So there was a separation between the two fields. So this might need to be relativity. Well, here we have like actors like Kahbi Mistiri and. The movie making was for the FTCR, and the making the cinematic culture public was the role of the VCC. What happened after the revolution is because we noticed that there were images that people were passing, etc., and were sharing. Taken by cell phones or like primitive tools or like basic technologies. So it became available, this technology of reading the image. So we wanted to work on it in relation to reading the pictures and making the picture. So we did a lot of workshops in image reading or image analysis, and we did a lot of workshops in picture making and image making. Intissar was in a lot of workshops that were aimed at young people and older people, and we were not the only ones that did this. So the first workshop was of movie making post-revolution. Jilani Saadi started it, and
initié ça ومن بعد برشا اللي عجبتني معناتها زادة بعد الثورة هي
Revolution was the Cine Reef, the work of Cine Reef, because first of all, the decentralization that is evident in this experience. People are working mainly on, they are working mainly on rural areas. So there is a good experience that there are spaces merged in this environment, and Mouhamed Gamoudi will talk about this later on. Also, is an architect, so there are a lot of there is a mix between love to cinema and architecture that creates something really beautiful. And they also showed movies and did workshops with young people, and Intissar will continue in the same context and could talk to us about the experience. I can talk about my experience with the Sentier and my experience with the youth, and not so young. We had really young kids or also adolescents, youth, yes, youth. So the experience was very interesting every time. There is always something new because, of course, young people, they change, like Insaf said. There was the creating of paths, and then I went back to other workshops with the same young kids sometimes, and you feel the difference in this here. You work of the frequency or regularity of once a week. No, with the workshops a bit less than that, but you can feel that the frequency of once a week that where Insaf meets them, there's the creation, or there's the existence, the start of the creation of a cultural cinema, and you could feel like there is a vision, there is a knowledge capacity that's being built and improving every time with these kids, and that you can learn from them as well every time. I don't know how this happens this way. So they choose a topic, and we help them create a film on that topic. And every time I feel amazed, like figuratively, the way the movie was produced. We don't need structures, but can you talk to us about this experience?
اي هو مثال باهي انه
حتى انتاجيا معناها كيفاش خممت فيه كيفاش.
How did you think about it, and how did you create it? I think that the movie was successful because it was done post-revolution. Because we filmed and we had the funding from the Ministry of Culture. So you started the initiative. You didn't wait for anybody. You started filming. So, but I think that I believed at that time that the possibility existed for me to do what I wanted with all of the means possible to me or available to me, that these things existed pre-revolution, but post-revolution we felt like there is more support and there is more possibility for support. So it did not exist before. I think we can imagine that a young man or woman will ask for funding pre-revolution from the Ministry of Culture for a film. That was one of the hardest things to do, especially for the first movie. So that trust did not exist pre-revolution, and that door and the synergy that was created as well. But before that, when I wrote, I had a producer, Fawzi Jmal, that was working with Khnis now. So the experience was a production experience of a movie. We always say that the main theme or the topic is post-revolution. So it is only post-revolutionary. It was really hard to do it after the revolution, before the revolution, especially these.
كانت عندها مجموعه من القواعد بطل يحكيوا عليها في يمكن عليها شويه بعد دونك ولا انتشار هذه الكلمه ولا مش لازم
So post-revolution. So the topic itself. Thank you. Ihab Amri is going to talk to us about the topic that we can call the traditional structures. These kind of structures that were created post-revolution. Thank you. I wanted to go back and talk about what our panel presented in regards to pre-revolution. It is true that these initiatives that you just chose to call collectives are eventually initiatives, although there are legal structures like associations or organizations that were supervising these. But we have to always remember the Federation of the Tunisian Federation of Cinema Clubs, like Nejib, that it was sometimes in clash with other institutions and establishments, and like festivals like FIFAC, etc., especially in some circumstances. So all of these things, like the FTCC, it had movement and militancy and freedom of expression that did not existed in the official cinema expression. Sometimes in, for example, in graduation thesis, for the movies they make, they would try to pass some ideas. Sometimes they would troop, sometimes they would not. But post-revolution, there was a new confidence gained in that juncture that wanted to express themselves in other ways and wanted to create new mechanisms for cinema production in other ways. So with a small margin of freedom that we had in that circumstance, there was a cinematic expression, an important cinematic expression, and the association had some freedom in their internal laws and bylaws, and that created great cinematic movements in the country, and especially in internal regions. The most important thing that I see today, whether this 10-year post-revolution were evaluated for these collectives and these initiatives, where are they now? What did they present? Is there any follow-up to their work? But the assessment of post-revolution, we are going to talk a lot about this issue, but where are we now? I think in a meeting here, we are not talking about the directors that created other ways for production, like for example our friend Ridat Lili that did not get any funding from the ministry or from associations, or so this the first time, so he just got a grant recently, funding recently. There's a huge problem with the law. You have to have 9 movies before you could receive funding. Abdullah Yahya also had created a movie that had like a sort of freshness post-revolution. He did not, I'm not gonna say discontinued, but there was a new approach that represented these young people in a new means of production, new means of funding, new means of diffusion and distribution, and a lot of collectives were created, like associations and movements in some Tunisian cities. But I always have to say, also the Nabeul collective is also important, is working on presenting a lot of important work. I see a lot of success. This is important. How can we support these initiatives? Legally, we need a structure to gather them, and these initiatives needs to be supported by the state, and every structure and every collective needs to have a unique identity, so we cannot have it the way that we go to Bourguiba and the same copy of the same collective in Tatooine. I think that every city needs to have a unique print and a unique identity, a cinematic identity.
Thank
you, Ihab. Now we give the floor to Mohamed to speak about the experience of Haka distribution. And after that, so Haka distribution is a distribution company that has been established after the revolution. And it is very important to mention that we identify what are the requirements after the revolution. So what are the requirements before the revolution, and also what are the requirements in the post-revolution. So there are many initiatives, and those initiatives cannot come, of course, from no basis. So after the revolution, after that, we've gained the freedom of expression. So in the cinema, for example, there are many stories that have been untold before, and so the day comes in which, or in this day, we started to express ourselves mainly in the cultural sector and also in the cinema. And also there is a great liberation and freedom that we've gained after the revolution. And also, in addition to that, there is a second point that I would have to highlight, is that the initiatives that have been taken after the revolution. So before the revolution, we are restricted with many obstacles and with many impediments. And after the revolution, we started to overcome those impediments, and also we started to introduce new projects, and also to fulfill the ambitions that we dreamt about it before the revolution. So Insaf spoke about the monopole, and also in many of the structures, in many of the state institutions, the monopolies rule, and also everything was monopolized by some of the holders. So there are many institutions that were subject to monopoly, and also you will enter into clash if you try to compete one of the monopolizing institutions. So here for the distribution company, or for many other projects, we've seen that there is a great field for us in which that we have to take action, and we worked on this sector in order to diffuse this in the commercial field. So the cinema started to be independent. So before the revolution, for example, we couldn't have the idea, or we couldn't have the permission in order to interfere in the commercial sector, for example. And after the revolution, we've got that. And also, for example, 20 years ago, they are just speaking about the funding from the government, and however, we did not get anything from the government until now. So the solution for today is to associate together, and also to look for the private sector. So you cannot rely on the government, you cannot rely on the state. So if there is an opportunity to get something from the state, that's good, but you have to rely on the private sector, and also you cannot take the funding from the government as a capital. So here, for us, the funding and the commercial funding, or the financial funding for the diffusion of cinema in the whole territory of the Republic is the best solution. So to turn the wheel to the private sector was one of the best solutions for us. And also there is another thing that we have to mention, which is the decentralization. Decentralization did not mean that you have to get away from the capital and go to the peripheral areas. However, everybody in the territory has to get access to culture. This means that everybody in the cities all over the territory has to get access to this culture, or to the cinema. And even within the capital itself, there are many people that they are deprived from the access to the cinema and the cinematographic culture. And there is a lot of marginalization related to the cultural sector. And of course, through the distribution of films or of movies,
we have to let all those films or those movies disseminated all over the territory. And this is also related to the cinema. You cannot produce cinema for 4 people, so you have to target a larger group of people, and thus we worked for many years ago in order to widen the circle for the dissemination of movies, and also you have also to focus on the commercial lounges for the exposition and also for the projection of those independent films or movies in order to be effective and also to encourage more people for that. And this is the basic of the logical process. But Mohamed, I have 2 questions for Hakka distribution. So first of all, how did you find the process, or 5 years ago, for example, in order to get into the independent process? So how did you get in? Now we can speak about a window, or we can speak about people who are trying to get the tickets in order to watch this film. And the second question is, how can you see the reality of the distribution in Tunisia under the umbrella of some of the platforms like Artifact, for example? And this is the question not only for you, but for everybody. So I think we agree about that, but we have to mention the experience. Artifact is one of the Tunisian experiences. It is a Tunisian platform. Artify is a Tunisian platform, and for me, I have many students, for example, that they are watching the Tunisian movies, and they have to get a ticket for 3 dinners, I think, and they will be watching those movies. So you asked me about how did you find this process in order to enter to the commercial sector, and also to anticipate that your film will be accepted and will be, of course, overly watched. So, yeah, just would like to ask you about also what is your strategy that you have followed. So there is an accumulation of previous experiences that started for a long time, and we, for my generation, for example, that I belong to, the cinephilic got together, and more than 50%, and we follow all the events, we follow also all the films, and also at that time there was a club of cinema which is named Africa, and and after that it was renamed Rio, and also there is a Cinefis cinema club that Insaf had mentioned, also in Reed Zira in Al Hamra Theatre, and also Mondial Lounge Festival, for example. We got together in the capital, and we got together in some of the remote cities, and in Sousse, for example. So you have the ambition about the cinema, about cinephilia, and you are passionate to drama, you are passionate to the cinema, so you have this nuclei, and from this nuclei we've got many initiatives related to the cinema. So you cannot have 4 people just watching the cinema, for example. So that's why we tried to enter or to integrate many people in those cinema clubs, and also we entered into contact with the public. One of the experiences that I still remember, that in Hergla Cinema meeting in 2006. In 2006 or 2007, I'm not sure about that. But I participated in the selection of this festival, and at that time, organization of a festival is not like that nowadays. So now everybody has his or her task, and also he or she cannot work more than 8 hours per day. But before, in 2006 or 2007, so we worked hard, we worked more than the ordinary hours in the organization of festivals. And after that, when we got the projection of the films, an exhibition of the films, the selection, or the films that I selected for me were the best films, the best innovative, the best creative films. And after that, when you exhibit or when you show the film or the movie, many of them, they are dissatisfied and they throw stones on our faces. So you thought about that, that it would be appreciated by the public. However, the public has refused that, and also the public were dissatisfied. So here you will be, frustrated, and you would think that why I did all of that for nothing. And I started my way from that point. Just I would like to speak about myself. So we know that I'm a member of a hacker group, but I started to contact the public in many of the cities, in many of the areas, so that we will see what the public like. Because my choice or my selection of the films did not match the films or the selection that is appreciated by the public. And also the distribution of films has to be, of course, based on the contact between the movie itself and the public. So here I try to contact as many as I can from the public. This event, of course, would give you an experience. So even if you are an active member in the FTCC or in the festivals, you would learn that success of the movies is not just based on your hard work, like films in Hollywood or industrial films or movies, but there are some small films, for example, or some films that can be appreciated by the public. And you have to just follow the strategy. Strategy is one of the pillars of this initiative. So you have to follow a strategy in order to distribute the film. And so we started with failure, and we built on that failure. So here, I think there are many initiatives launched by Monsuf Dweeb, for example, or Abdallah Sherni. So can you see that, for example, that those initiatives had paved the way for all of you in order to go through this contact with the audience and also the distribution of the movies? Yes, for me, one of the most important pillars of the distribution is to seek remote areas or the area in which there is no exposition and no projection of the films, so that you'd see what they like and also you will exhibit your films. And when you have a market study, for example, to open a cinema lounge in or cinema room in one of the areas which is not within the capital, for example. So now we will see what is the area in which the FTCC has a good reputation. So when you go to the areas in which the FTCC has a good reputation, for example, so you can just start from this area based on the reputation gained by the FTCC. And we have a group, for example, in Wadi Lil, and they are working for more than 5 years in Santier. I think 5 or 6 years in Santier, and this accumulation of an experience of 5 or 6 years of many recurrent events, of course, you can think about a new project, you can rely on this experience in order to think about new projects, in order to think about new areas. So anybody wants to comment and also how to create a public which is so cinephilic public, let's say the public that like the cinema. So what Mohamed said now is very important, and Mr. Nejib would like to say that these initiatives, meetings, festivals and days that are organized within the associations in all of the cities of the Tunisian Republic is another type of the diffusion and also of the expositions when we have a lack, for example, or a shortage in regarding the cinema room. So you rely on the culture house or the youth house in order to create centers in many of the areas. And so you just need a screen in order to exhibit that. And also for the reputation of the FTCC, as you mentioned, that the reputation of the FTCC would create, of course, the public or the audience that would be attached to you. And today, the associations and the clubs would, of course, try to convey that knowledge to the children so that they will try to make an interpretation of the image, for example, of the colors and so on and so forth. So we can use many syllabus in order to educate the children about that. And also let's get back to the point in which that you mentioned the digitalization. And I think that all people are oriented towards the Netflix and also many online platforms. So I would like to ask, what is the relationship between the Tunisian cinema, whether the producer, for example, will think about the reputation of that film after the production, and also what is the targeted public or audience, and also the type of the scenario. And I think that there is a whole circuit that should be modified and changed in the presence of those online platforms. And there should be an awareness, of course, among the electives, and also what are the initiatives that you have in order to relate the Tunisian cinema to those platforms. So, like the initiatives of Santier and all the collectives now, they are trying to create a new cinephilic generation. So there are many pages in Instagram and Facebook are trying to recruit people who are cinephilic. And so those new cinephilic, are they keen on the digitization of the film production or not? One of the ideas that I thought about when we started to be active in the collectives is the issue of consumption. So, because we noted, for example, among the students, that the relationship between the audience and the image is a relationship of consumption. So we tried to stop that. We tried to stop that people would just be consumers of the image. So you will fall in the assembly trap. And there are many fake videos that are made, and if you will be attracted only to the image, you won't get that space, for example, to analyze the film, for example, or to analyze the image. And we have to talk with the children. We have to educate the children that there are many videos, for example, that are falsified and that are fake. And also we try to make this happening with many of the children that we educate, and also to try to disassemble those videos so that we will see the EV videos and also the images that are published to see whether to see whether the videos were real or not, and also to see the images were real or not. So we focused on the assembly, on the mounting of the images. So in this phase related to the relationship between the child and the image, I think that we have to cut with the traditional way, and also we have to let them about the big experiences like Hercules, for example, and we have to choose the trainers. We have to choose the teachers for them. The teacher or the trainers shall be cinephilic, and or for example, there are some of the children or some of the students that are trained or passionate to get more knowledge about the cinema. However, they are just watching this in the Facebook page named On a regardé pour vous, or we watch this film for you. So here, we as cinephilic, and that you also as project manager or project holders, how do you think about that? So I think that you have to rethink about how to educate those people, how to educate those new generation of cinephilic. I think that the coming generation is aware and they are more conscious than us, so keep calm. And we, for example, we grown up as consumers of the image, but I think that now we have a new generation of cinephilic that are more conscious. And what I would like to say is that yesterday, for example, in the workshop, when I spoken to the participants, we talked about what is the long film that you have watched, for example, before, related to the duration of the film. And some of them, they told me that some of the films they have watched are 5 hours. You know, they are watching a film for 5 hours. So you surpass me, yes. And I think that the relationship is different with this new generation, and also I think that it is good for us to hear from them, to listen to their opinion, to the circulation, to the cinephilia, and also to the duration of the films that they are touched to, the perception or the thinking about. So when those cinephilic think about the maximum duration of the films, mainly that they consume a lot from the social media. They consume a lot, from the social media. So here it is of high importance to listen to them and also to get their opinion heard. Yes, Mohamed? So, as you mentioned, Netflix and Notify. Sorry, the microphone is far. So, I think that this is a worldwide renowned topic related to those online platforms. But for me, as to speak about my opinion, the platform is not a cinema. So there is no relation, there is nothing to do between the platform and the cinema, because me, for example, my education of the cinema, I started to watch many hacked films and without author rights. However, after that, if you do not have the rights, you cannot start to produce the films, and also there is a shortage in the protection of the author's right in Tunisia. That's why this would be regarded as an impediment. And now with the digitization, you can see also, you can watch many films, and as you know, even in the universities, you can see that there are many films which are hacked based on copyright piracy, and they teach the students based on these hacked or pirated films. For us, there is a difference between room of cinema, and also you have many audience, or you have many people that are sitting near you or next to you, just they got their ticket like you, and they are watching that. Or, for example, you are watching on the platforms like Artify on Netflix, and sometimes you went to the kitchen in order to get a cup of water. Sometimes you get a mobile phone, you get a phone call, or your phone rings, and you get out for this phone call. So this is not the same when you watch from your own, or you watch it in a room or in a cinema room. So this is not the same. And today, or nowadays, there is a tendency towards the future of the cinema. So they consider the future of the cinema is those platforms. However, if we will be objective, we can find out that this is nonsense. So some of them, they are saying that the cinema rooms are something from the past. However, this is not true. And they said that the outstanding those new platforms are the outstanding thing or state of the art related to the production or the HIPAA production. However, I would think that the outstanding thing or the state of the art that have changed, of course, the history of the cinema was the TV. The television. So first of all, the TV is so the TV would enable you, first of all, to juggle between the channels. However, now you can watch anything based on your wishes, and so here in the cinema, for example, before we watch the news and we watch also the documentary. However, the documentaries and the news, all of them were transferred to be broadcasted in the TV. However, the TV did not replace the cinema. Did not replace the cinema in the sense that when you watch a film in the cinema room, it's not like you watch it in the TV. So, and also the internet here can be helpful, of course, in order to transfer or to communicate. But I think that if we want to speak about the future of the cinema, we have to speak about the TV, not those platforms. What about the production? So I'd like to ask you whether the directors, for example, would ask for platforms from which he or she will earn money. So the TV, when the TV was invented, of course, it represented a source of funding for the producers. And we, as the distributors of cinema, we do not have anything to do with those platforms. And based on the innovation or the earthquake that happened by the invention of the TV, we thought about that there is nonsense here if we will produce films when those films will be watched, will be only watched on the TV. So here I think that there is no fundamental change between the platforms, the digital platforms and the TV, as the role of the cinema is sustainable and will be long-lasting. However, here the future is not related to the platform, but the experience of the user. The user is experience. So now the user is thinking how he will watch this film or this movie in his TV. And I think that, for example, the user's experience is in all our daily tasks. So, for example, if you want to take a cab, if you want to buy pizza, for example, so you will be relied on your user experience. If you want to get a ticket for the train or for the bus, this would be, of course, purchased online through your mobile phone. And here, I think that the platform now, I think that it is something that we have to catch out. And we have also to make a kind of revolution in that. So we are working in semi-recent laboratory that many of the laboratories are thinking about that, and also they are thinking about a new solution that is more reliable, or that is more related to the technology. So today we have great laboratories or large laboratories which are trying to invent new experiences to represent future user experience related to the cinema and the distribution of the cinema, and also so when we have something new in our field, for example, some of the producers would retreat, but we have in the United States, for example, one of the most famous people has sold his company, and also there are new actors that would emerge on this field or on this sector. So everybody from the old generation or the generation before that technological advancement has to adapt himself or herself in order to cope with that. Thank you. I would like to give you the microphone if you want to intervene more. Otherwise, we'll be open to the discussion, and also we'll take all your comments and questions. Just would like to add something in reaction to what Mohamed said. I think that the problem related to the digitization and to the platforms, the user has to be aware of the relationship that would be established between those platforms and the user. And there is a sentence or a saying from Francois Truffaut when the VHS were invented. He said that the difference between a film that we watch in a room of cinema or a film that we watch in a VHS, so this is like the difference between live, or this is the difference between the real life and the consultation. And I think that this is a good saying because it's the difference between the live reality and the consultation of something that happened before. And I think that the tendency to this kind of nostalgia has to be, of course, related to the cinephilia. And also we have to identify the role of these digital platforms. And also, as Truffaut said that the film that he likes, which is named Serenade, and also this is, of course, not easy for the cinephilic to watch those films from the TVs. And also like Vertigo, for example. Vertigo has abstained from the production because of that. So I think that the cinephilic population, of course, would gain a lot if they cope with the digitization, and I think that there should be a social link through the public projection of the films, and we have to maintain this social link solid. And if I will be programming or scheduling a film on to be projected in these cinema rooms. So here I will be, of course, reinforcing this bond. Thank you.
Who present here wants to intervene, ask a question, or interact in any way with different interventions or the panel? Mr. Habib, go ahead. Thank you. You actually talked about a lot of topics. I'm going to talk in Arabic because I might get my point across better that way. The most important point that you talked about is cinephilia, and is being cinephile means that watching a lot of films, that is the problem. This is here the core of what we are talking about today, is consuming. The image is now a big thing for Tunisians and for everybody in the rest of the world, but actual tasting of image, is it similar to a person that is that has the cinephile approach to the movie or not? This is very important to talk about. The presence of movie theaters explains a lot of things, but the consumption of image on smaller screens, for example, the sounds. Our biggest problem is our problem in Tunisia is the absence of screens. And there is a huge regression that happens, the frequentation of movie theaters, and there is also watching movies in the available technology, on the available technologies. It is true that the initiatives that the associations and individuals started, we have to put in value because it is a contribution into bringing back the movement of cine clubs and cinematic tasting. We might talk about it historically. I am doing some work on this and some research on this, but the critical mindset of the Tunisian people was built through cine.
تعتمد أساساً على نوادي السينما وعلى التجمعات الثقافية باش حتى معناها توصل الفكر هذاك النقدي وكذا. وهذاك علاش نلقاو مثلا في مهرجان كارتاج في الجي سي سي وكذا برشا كيما شعري ابيض كيما انا ولا اكبر مني تلقاهم يجيو يحضروا الافلام، لانه فما نوع من النوستالجي سي فري، لكن كاينه حاجه عاشوا معاها، فهمتني. فمهم جدا انه انا في اعتقادي انه اللي يتعمل ولا قاعد يتعمل كله ايجابي، كله لازم نثمنوه، لكن يجب أن نعمل الناس كل من أجل استراتيجية، لأنه بناء معناها حركة سينمائية ولا كذا ما يجيش في غياب الصالات، ما يجيش في غياب تشريعات تفرض السينما كفعل فني وكفعل ثقافي، لازم يكون موجود وأبروكسيميتي. احنا هذايا في اعتقادي، خاصة أنه المؤسسات نتاع الدولة اللي المفروض تقوم بالدور هذايا معناها براتيكمون ما قامتش به، او انا نقول اكثر من هكا، ليست مؤهله باش تقوم بالشيء هذا، لانه فاقد الشيء لا يعطيه. احنا في مشكلتنا هي غياب استراتيجيه بالنسبه للسينما، وهذه اكيد اليوم ما تنجمش تعملوا موظف، يعملوا موظف ولا وزير، تعملوا منظمات المجتمعات المدني، ويعملوه خاصه العاملين في القطاع، معناها لانه تغييب السينمائيين معناها، لانه سيرتان مومون صار هذايا معناها فما الناس اللي تخدم في السينما والناس اللي تستهلك السينما، وكل واحد يخمم في مسير السينما وفي ظروف السينما وفي تمويل السينما بطريقته هو الخاصه. اعتقد انه يلزمنا نخمو من المنطق.
Have to think from this perspective. Collective thinking starts on the level of training in universities, and there is another problem also in training. Now we are a lot of directors are graduating, so the most unemployment rates in the cinema field is for directors. So now we are creating young unemployed people. We make them think that they're going to graduate and become directors, but the market does not allow it. So now we are doing practically non-lucrative activities. The cinema in Tunisia is not a lucrative business. The director does not have the possibility to live through art. And also in universities, we do not care about this, and we keep teaching and creating new directors. So these are like motorways that do not meet. So I think that thinking about all of these issues and these problems needs to take into considerations this reality to stay in reality. Thank you.
شكرا سي الحبيب. دونك شكون يحب يعلق على اللي قال سي الحبيب؟
Thank you, Mr. Habib. Who wants to comment on what Mr. Habib said? Ihab? To interact with Mr. Habib, the idea is something I also talked about earlier, and he went into that deeper. It is important to have new ways of cinema distribution in associations or initiatives, etc. But the presence of the state, even with legislations, is something independent from this. So the issue of the educational system or curriculums, even for the substance of the curriculums actually presented to students. Are you creating an area for these children or these kids to think critically about this, or are you creating later on jobs and the possibility in jobs? There is what I call creative unemployment when we see like now that movies created with really high technology, technically really good, but the director has a lot of background through associations, etc. So there is a difference between these people graduating as directors, getting the technicalities of the movie making right, and then the creative process that the actually young people who were in cine clubs, etc., are better at the creative side. So it is important to mention all of these things, and we need to talk about. Mr. Habib, you mentioned an important point. I don't know, Ms. Insaf, it is programmed in one of the panels or not, is the impact of universities and the high education on creating the audiovisual creation process, and I think it is an important topic. I think in 2003 in FIFAC there was a school competition for the first time, and to tell you the truth, I teach in Tunisian universities. We are going or living through these, witnessing these problems, but there is an important thing. The Tunisian university actually produced really big and great technicians, and I'm talking about a lot of people. I saw a lot of people who are great technicians. Those are the people who got big prizes in the world, but the problem present is whether are we selling a dream or are we selling an illusion for directing movies? So this is important to talk about. And the second issue, we want to talk about Mr. Habib, in my opinion, that I've been diagnosing for 30 years the situation of movie theaters in our Cinemakna in Muknin. We have a movie theater in Muknin. We opened it, we made a lot of fuss, and then they closed it down with a key. They took some pictures, the governor, the director of culture, they took pictures, and then they reopened it next year. They gave us a promise that we were not going to demolish it. That's the only thing they promised. We're going to destroy it. There is a law that forbids them from destroying it. So we are not going to fix it or do anything to help it. Madam Qmar bin Daina requested the word. I just wanted to intervene in this discussion. I see director and I see three university professors and movie distributor. So in your professions, in your experiences or in your successes, I think, in my opinion, that Tunisia has a cinematic wealth and a cinema maker wealth, and 3 or 4 generations that are getting together since independence until now, and there is a new breath post-revolution that nobody can deny or doubt, and now you are in the panel talking about this. So if each one of you is in the coming constitutional council, and if we have just a little bit of democracy, what is the thing that one of you could suggest on the constitutional council? You have experiences and you have successes. Go ahead, Mrs. Insaf. That in every school there needs to be a classroom for movie projection and for other artistic activities, and it needs to be well equipped, so we come closer to the situation of watching a movie in a movie theater, create a situation where they could feel like they're watching a movie in a movie theater. Sometimes we go and there are no screens, sometimes the rooms are too late, sometimes we'll place like a sheet and the sheet has some wrinkles, and for me this is very important. And another thing is the school needs to be more open to the environment or surrounding it. There needs to be a program dedicated for artistic interventions in the schools. This is a work that is being done now by the association Sharafan, the streetist art, and they are doing extraordinary efforts. For example, in Wadali, the children that we work with, they only saw movies, they did not do theater, they did not, for example, in Bashhamba House, Intissar saw different groups. Those children, they are always stuck there. They are always there, hanging out there. They're doing cinema, theater, physical expression. If they watch a movie, it's another level. So it is rich with all of these experiences. I think that it is a priority for me. Although I had
وتحركنا وعملنا الرابطه التونسيه للدفاع عن الحقوق الثقافيه والاجتماعيه، ومشينا ظهرنا وعملنا جروب. بعد كي تفرجنا في الليل في التلفزه ما عرفناش رواحنا، احنا اللي مشينا وحكينا، لقينا ناس اخرى تحكي دوك ما عرفناش رواحنا. انا ادمينستراتور نتاع الباج تاع الرابطه التونسيه للدفاع ما ننشروا فيها حتى شيء. دونك التجربه كانت مؤلمه لانه فما اشكال حقيقي فينا احنا زاد، هذا نجموا نحكيو فينا احنا كمفاعلين مختلف. اما اذا كانت عندي الامكانيه اني انا فما 3 وزارات. أنا بالنسبة لي في وزارة التربية السمعي البصري والسينما مادة من السنة الأولى ابتدائي. أنا على ساعة نقري نقول لهم راني سامحوني راني مانيش نقري بالجامعة، راني نعمل في محو الأمية، لأنه أنا باش نقول لك فالور دو بلان وعمرك 21 سنة ولا 19 سنة يقراها في السنة الأولى والثانية وداك.
I am doing illiteracy programs, so the decision to stop support or funding and to give it loans instead of grants. There should be a program for loans. Take a loan, go, and with your the money earned afterwards, you can pay these loans. Please forgive me, the directors and the artists present today. I think, in my opinion, of course, is that the funding, there is a big problem with it because it created a system where there's So, and the other thing is the higher education ministry is to rethink about the universities that I am teaching in, and I know they tell me do like, for example, a curriculum for publicity, or for example, in Isaac University, you cannot go there until you graduate, and after 5 years of education, all of these procedures could actually decrease the problem existing. Ihab, do you want to say something? Constitutional Council, brother. Constitutional Council, I went there once, and that was the final attempt, to 1,000 attempt to just change at least a comma or word in these legislations. But when I went there, I understood that nobody has real authority to change anything. Even the Constitutional Council does not have the freedom to rewrite laws or write laws. But Madam Qmar, I think you mean if you have a magic wand in this country, because legislations, there are no strong powers or that is accepted by the people and that cannot do anything. So I think they exist and they're working, but they do not get results afterwards. What we can do is in my opinion, the cultural sector, I think the state today that I recognized when I was born, and now I do not see a different image of this state. We cannot change legislations, we cannot correct problems, we cannot create chances or opportunities, we cannot do anything. This is for me science fiction, but I can hear a lot of people talking about this, but I never understood why are we still just talking. But what needs to be talked about now is the live forces, things that are live on the ground, and we should count on that and work on developing it. I think that there is the private and the associative. If we can open a lot of independent movie theaters, and there will be creation of new financing for culture, and they will take partnerships with existing awareness, and they will gather enough public. But today, what we can do strategically can change for production and the cinema sectors existing is to open 100 movie theater, and I think everything will be all right. So the question, not the Constitutional Council, but to reconstitute a new society. But I'm not talking about re-establishing. I'm talking about power that we can have is to bring back things that existed before, like for example the taxes on drinks. The revenues went into cinema. For an institution like SAPEC goes back again in a new way that is in coherence with the new reality, and we go back to the mandatory cinema clubs like existed before, mandatory clubs in like in universities and schools. We go back to movie theaters that existed. We had 130 movie theaters, and they closed down not in the time of digitals, but in the time of VHS, the cassettes, and we legislate for these things, that Tunisian movies that need to be mandatorily distributed and projected in movie theaters. I don't think that it is really creating new things, but at least we go back to what we used to have, and this could improve the situation, with a new breath and a new vision of this generation from moderators, from students, from everybody involved in this process. We have 10 minutes left, like Mohamed says. If I am sorry, we take another intervention. I want to mention something, that if we create 100 movie theaters and children would love cinema, so who's going to consume the cinema. For example, when we went to Cinema Reef, they don't see that the Tunisian movies talking about them. I'm talking about 90% of movies that don't know that there is a kind of cinema that talks about their reality. I think there is a way to call people and to bring them in, and that could help the Tunisian cinema to talk about their issues, not to do cinema just to gain money or to make Tunisia famous. I think the cinema becomes a solution is when the cinema needs to be created for a later result. We take the last intervention because we have the time constraint. Hello everybody, I just wanted to give a little addition to what you were talking about concerning the Constitutional Council, that you have to also involve local authorities in all of Tunisian regions. Now the cinematic movement that is being created in a lot of places, I salute also the Santi experience in Wadalil and Sharafan, Street is Art, and a lot of other associations, but the local authorities, for example, the city hall, the big rooms they have, we could open it and we could have projections there. Also, cultural houses. Most cities in Tunisia, they don't have like functioning sound systems, etc. So the associations have a role and the organization have a role, but the state also needs to have a role. So the budgets in city halls for we citizens vote for them, but they do not have budgets for cultural committees. So you will find the cultural committee in the city hall, but you cannot really do anything, even if there is.
إنصاف والإنتصار العظيمة، ونشكر الحضور. إن شاء الله الحوار هذا يكون عنده إفادة.
Discussion was beneficial, and the events, the panels coming, we will carry on with the discussions. This is just the first utensil, and then we will continue our discussions. Thank you so much, everybody, and thank you for this. The only young man that asked a question, but we did not have time. Can we give him 2 words at least? He asked a question, but we did not answer him about either the movies represent you or not. The movies do not represent anybody. They just represent the director or the filmmaker, the person that was really faced all of these hardships. If you want a movie to represent you, create your own movie or make your own movie. Thank you so much.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. We are tuning in from Nabeul in Tunisia, and I'm very honored to welcome on stage Insaf Machta again. She was with us before in the morning panel, and now she will be the moderator of the next session, which will take us back to the 60s and 70s cinephilia culture, to cine clubs in Tunisia, and how we can perceive this cinephilia today. Insaf Machta, she studied French literature. She is an animator of cine clubs since 2005. Since 2017, she is the head of Sentier, which is also a cine club structure working with youth in Tunisia to animate and screen and actually make films. So we're very excited. She's been publishing on cine culture and cinephilia. So I'm very happy to hand the mic over to her and to her amazing panel. Thank you so much.
Merci, Laura.
Thank you, Laura, for this introduction. So I'd like to invite two witnesses here, Mrs. Kamar Bendana and Mr. Habib Mistiri. So all my interventions will be in French, and I would like to ask you, intervenants in order to select what is the language that you would like to hear in. So whether it's a translation into Arabic and into English in this room, and also on Zoom platform. For your questions, everybody has to ask in the question or has to ask the question in the language that he prefers or she prefers. Before giving the floor to the two panelists here, I would like to explain how this second panel will go forward in this afternoon. So I will have a short introduction, and after that we will go to the questions that would be addressed to the intervenants, to the main intervenants. Among the participants here, we have two who are in this room, Mr. Kloeckner and Mr. Habib. And also there is a recording that we would hear from the third participant, from researcher Morgan Kulu, who had been working on the movement of the cine clubs in the 1960s. And also the last point, we will give the floor to Mr. Tahar Shikhawi via Zoom, who will speak about the 1990s and all the styles that have been maintained since the 1990s. So we got together this morning to talk about cinephilia. So this is a major topic, and as you know, that the cinephilia constitutes also the object of this meeting, or it is the object of this meeting, and also we have first of all to tackle the signification of this word or this term. So cinephilia, cinephilia means the individual and collective manifestations about loving cinema and those who love cinema. And as I said, cinephilia has, of course, a historical background, and I think that in Tunisia, we do not know too much about the historical background about cinephilia, and also the multiple manifestations of cinephilia. So this history was written in French, I think, in the book written by Antoine Debec, holding the title of Cinephilia, and also the history of cinephilia will be taken from this book, first of all, and also we'll take all the expressions that are mentioned, and also the manifestations and the critics that had been also written regarding the cinephilia, and also what are the debates and the discourses that are related to the cinephilia, And also, we will have reference to the archives about cinephilia. And I think here the object will be most interesting, and also that we can talk about the individual correspondences that are private, maybe, or confidential, that we cannot speak about it a lot. However, there are many cine clubs that mentioned that before. And also, we will take into consideration what historians wrote before, and we will also tackle the absence of an institution in Tunisia to work on the historical background on cinephilia. What are the reasons behind that? So there is also the absence of a critical culture in Tunisia with regard to the cinephilia. And we will mention also two associations, which is the FTCC and also the FTCA. And regarding the cinephilia, of course, we will take evidence that there is no equivalent term to cinephilia, or a synonym to cinephilia, in order to express the passion and also love of cinema from the public to the cinema and to the arts, plastic arts, of course, theater, literature. So, however, this passion did not give rise to this form of particular sociability that would give us another term which would be equivalent to the cinephilia. And as you know, that we will speak about the collectives related to this passion, the passion of cinephilia. And from historical background, if we want to write the history of the cinephilia, we have, of course, to talk about the organizations that had worked on this. And also we have two representatives from two associations, two representatives from the Tunisian associations, the Tunisian Federation. And also they will speak about their experience, and they will speak about the 1960s and the 1970s. Mrs. Qamar Bendana, she is a historian of culture, and she is also a historian of intellectual life, and she is an attentive observer of the intellectual life, and she is involved in the movements of cine clubs in the 1960s and also in the 1970s. Also, if we would select Mrs. Qamar Bendana and Mr. Habib Misteri to be representatives with us, this is because they are associated to the memory that they hold about the history of the cinema in Tunisia, mainly Mr. Habib Misteri, and also they have a great memory, starting from similar points in the 60s, and also what they documented in a film which is named Image Sakade. And also we will see an excerpt from this film. And also Mongar Koryu is the third participant or the third representative, and he is a historian. He is a specialist in the Maghrebian history in the colonial era, and also in the years of 2000, or starting from the years 2000, he started to document the history for the FTCC. And also, he has researches about the dream of the audience, about, or the dream of the cinephilic people about the future of the cinema, and also he will speak about the archives. So, the fourth panelist, or the fourth intervening one, is Mr. Taha Shikhawi. He is a French literature professor, civilization professor, and cinema professor also. And also, he has many options. And so he worked in the Faculty of Letters and Arts of Manouba since 1990s, and he joined the Tunisian Association of the Promotion of Critical Scenography in the 1990s, and also scenography collectives that produced literature regarding the cinema. And currently, he is the artistic director of the Cinema Festival, and he is the head of Archipel Association and vice president of Sonti Association. I will start from a question to be asked to the three panelists, and I will start, of course, to speak about the intimate scene about cinephilia. Now, I would ask them, how did you find yourself in cinephilia? Thank you very much, Insaf. Not sure that I'm involved in cinephilia voluntarily, but I think that it was a coup, or I find myself involuntarily deeply involved in the cinephilia because I was passionate about the cinema, and after 20 years that I realized that I am extremely cinephilic, and I started to love the cinema since my childhood, not only to watch the films or to watch the histories or romantic films or action films or comic films like Charlie Chaplin, for example, films that are dedicated to the children, but I like the cinema when I was frequented with many people, and I was involved with many people that we invite each other in order to watch films. And after that, we started to go to the cinema rooms, and also we went to 3 cinema rooms: Oriental, Empire, et Le Colisée. So those are 3 rooms. I think in the 1960s I was a child, and they splitted the day. The morning was for the children, and the afternoon was for the adults. And also, we tried, of course, to gain time in the morning, and also after we became, or after we grow up and we became adult, of course, we entered in the afternoon session, and also we got together with many people, and I just forgot some of the names. However, when I became adult, I joined a local cine club, and also it is mentality within the whole village in which I dwell at that time, and also we were passionate about the cinema, and I found myself falling in love with the cinema. So here there are many reasons that dragged me to love the cinema and to become cinephilic, and this should be, of course, a shared passion. So first of all, you have to get the group that are interested in the same passion, and after that, of course, after you become cinephilic, you have to share that with many people. So you can share with invitation. You can share also with writing books, or you can share with people who are having the same interests like you. And cinephilia is something that should be maintained collectively. So this is not an individual love, or to have someone, for example, who loves the cinema and he goes by himself or herself. I don't think so. And I think that people at that time, they did not want to watch the TV by themselves, but they wanted to go to the cinema in order to join the other people. Yeah, that's the meaning of the cine clubs. So in the secondary school, I remembered that the teacher invited us to see the films in a cine club and to discuss the films. And this has triggered my passion to the cinema, and also that in a cine club is like a theoretical school in which we analyze and we watch the films. But it was an occasion for me to join the clubs at that time, and also to move from the fixed image to the movable one, and also we tried, of course, to get to the cinema world with all the means available at that time, and with all the resources available to us at that time. And this was facilitated by the dialogues and the discussion with the professor or with the teacher in the secondary school after watching the films. And I think this has created the horizon for this love, from the secondary school and from watching those films, and the analysis of those films with the teacher has led us to be cinephilic after that. Mr. Tahar? Microphone, please. Could unmute your microphone. Good morning, everybody. Sorry, Insaf, but I would like to identify something. First of all, do you hear me? Do you hear me? Because I do not have, I cannot see my picture. I cannot see you anymore. I'd like to confirm that you hear me, because I just see myself in my screen. Yeah, go on, Tahir. We are hearing you. I said, so they told me that it is about 1:30 and 3 p.m. But sorry, I have a commitment in the secondary school, and also I will leave at 15. So I will leave at 15. Sorry, because they told me that it will start at 1:30 and it ends up at 15, and I have a class I have a class at a time to teach. So if I would speak about my childhood and my love to the cinema, this would go back to the films that I loved before, because my history with cinema started in an early age. And I think that many people in my generation also, they went to the cinema room at an early age, as Maria said, so we did not have anything else to do in the Sundays, so just going to the cinema. And I think that these are the major reasons, or this is the major reason. And I would like to say that my father didn't like the cinema before. However, he gave me the tickets for the cinema so that I can go to the cinema rooms in Sundays. And also he always gave me those tickets, because he got those tickets as he had been working in one of the terminals. He was head one of the railroad terminals, and he got those tickets from. So he got those tickets for him, but since he didn't like to go to the cinema, he gave me those tickets for me, and I think that for me the history has started from that point. And also the cinema room at that time was in Asia, and it is too close to our home, and it is in the same road that we go through in order to reach the school. So when I go to school, I have also to pop in the cinema room, and I found myself that this is something that should be integrated in my daily life, that should be associated also with my childhood. And this is the shift in my childhood that in which I find myself keen on the cinema. So I know that my family did not like, of course, the cinema, and also when I went to school, we moved from one house to another, and also my dialect was from the Kaf area, which is nearly the same dialect that is used in Asia, so that I find myself that there would be no impediments for me in order to integrate with other groups and with other clubs, and also to have or to entertain outside the school or outside home. So this was a dream for me in order to and so that was started with many films that I have watched before until I joined the Cine club. So this is one of the adventures of my childhood. In fact, I did not give you all the details, but it was a definitive decision for me that I fall in love with the cinema at that time since my childhood. So after we started this panel with the panelist team, I would like to ask you another question. Akmar, you said that cinephilia is a shared passion, right? Do you lived the experience of Cine Club as an involvement experience? So have you been involved in the experience of the Cine Club, and did you share that passion? So for me, what I lived was a pleasure, a foolish pleasure for me, and my mother did not say Cine Club, but she said Cine Club, referring back to the rage. So that's a kind of rage, you know, when we were passionate of the cinema, and also it's like rabies disease, as my mother called before, you know, it's dog rabies disease, like my mother called it, because we were thirsty in order to join those. We were thirsty in order to join those films with people from our generation, and also with the adolescent even, and also when we say that we are moving to the Cine Club, so we are always in need for that, and also in order to prepare yourself with the tools and the materials and the glue and all the posters. So we went for that, for the Cine Club, for 3 or 4. And also we went to watch those films, and it was like a mission for us. So we went in the morning when we had children, and also we went in the afternoon after we became adolescent, and it is a kind of commitment that you are committed, you are also involved in this. And also you cannot feel yourself that you're involved, but it is a third party decision that they will judge you that as you are so involved. So what about the surroundings? So here for my mother calls it as dog rabbits. So here, this means that my surroundings are not agreeing with me. Of course, I'm not sharing the idea. So since my mother is not agreeing with me in order to go to the Cine clubs, this is not a normal passion. So now for the people who are playing soccer and also who are playing sports, nobody has called them that they are involved in dog rabies disease, as my mother calls it. But they are saying that they are having sport, they are trying to enjoy, but when my mother calls it as dog rabies disease, this means that she thinks at that time, or she thought at that time, that I'm wasting my time and I should not be involved in this passion of Cine Club, because at that time it was something new, but it was something new for us, not for the community. But I wanted to go further and also to join the Cine clubs, and also to search for fellows to watch the films and to discuss the film with your colleagues, with your friends. So this is how the cinephilia started, and after that you can start to talk about that effectively, with the adults. And in the 1990s, I started to say that I am fully involved in that. So it was no more the decision of a third parties, but I feel myself so involved. So, Mrs. Qmar, you said that sharing these moments of the cinema, so just let us about your passion. For the menu, I started to write the minutes. After that, after the 1990s, I started to join the meetings and also to write the minutes about that with my colleagues. And also, we started after that to distribute the tasks between us, and I started to gain many skills that I did not have before, and I found that this is a collective work, and also this was before joining the federation. So this is like the political experience. After you reach democracy, you have to stop, but I've got many trainings after that, how to work on the minutes, how to work on the polling, how to work on elections. So I was elected as the Deputy General Secretary of the association, and also there are many members in this association. When I took this position, I was the deputy of Mr. Abdul Karim Al Kaboud, And he told me that we have the most powerful part in Tunisia with 70,000 members. For him, since he has a political vision which was more clear for him, and I did not know about that before, but I was just working in my position as Deputy General Secretary, driven by my passion, and also we've made many internships and trainings with Mr. Nuruddin Saila in Morocco, based on the archives, which was about on archives, and I went to Rabat. And I found many people who are cinephilic, and also we watched baby doll film together. And I found that there is a shared passion. So when I went for 3,000 kilometers in Gaza to reach Gaza in Morocco, and I found that we are discussing the same film of Liakazan also, and also we spoke with Mr. Nuruddin about the selection of films, and also we spoke about the Moroccan fellows also about that. So I found that cinephilia is like the other passions. It is shared passions, and also when you get something new, or when you get anything from, or when you get a shared idea, so you have to share this, you have to share it to the cinephilic community, and also you have to discuss that, of course, within your group, to discuss about the spectators, to discuss also about the room, to discuss about the content, and also this did not stop just after watching the film within the room, but in some of the films, for example, I was brave enough to leave. And I was brave enough to leave, and also not to watch the film. This is the passion, because this is something when I have to do, I have to be glad, and I have to be ambitious, and I have also to love what I watch. This is the cinephilia. Mr. Habib, so this is a collective vision of the cinephilia. So could you please let us know, did you share that passion within the FTCC, when it is related to the filmmaking? Yes, of course, that's a shared passion, and also this is the doctrine of this era. So when we were in the secondary schools, before, and I hear people speaking about cinema in the 1960s. In the 1960s, for example, we did not have a president of the club, and also we are not an official organism or an official structure. So. So, for all and also there are many Cine clubs that we have joined, and also we have a lot of passion that we shared with the others, as Mr. Kumar said. So you will like the atmosphere. You will, of course, forget about yourself. You forget about the individual life, and also we will try to enjoy at that time the collective life together. Because you would think that you yourself, without the help of the others and without getting together with the others, you cannot do anything. And I think that this is a very interesting experience for the youth and for the Tunisians, because this would shed light on many points that were blurred before. as we started to be critical or to criticize after that. After the passions, after being passionate, you start, of course, to criticize and also to start talk about the many subjects that were forbidden, that were prohibited by the culture or by the religion, that are taboo subjects. And however, we started to speak about subjects, and also this, of course, would let us to move from a situation to another, and also would relieve all the obligations of our speeches. And I think that this aspect of shared passion is, of course, very important in the Tunisian history. So this is at the level of the Cine clubs, but after that, you hold many positions in the federal office of the FTCA. And I think that what you mentioned is very interesting, but I would like to say that there are many external organizations that were known to you and you dealt with at this era. But I would like to say that on the bureaucratic level, what is the relationship, or what is the relationship that you were involved in with those organisms? So we worked, of course, with the FTCC and also with many cine clubs in French, many cine clubs in France. Starting from the 1970s. But at the beginning, we had these administrative aspect, as you are the president of this association, and there were many reforms that were inaugurated at that time in regarding the relationship between those clubs and this society. This, of course, had taken us to the 1990s, when there is another text that has amended those reforms in order to correct those reforms, and this had triggered this revolution.
It was at the beginning of the socialist realism. That was our main doctrine, and afterwards there were a lot of... It's a long path to talk about, but there was this platform that was the founding text for creating the FTCC, and it was adopted by the FTC afterwards with some small modifications, but practically on the level of the organism there was this notion of centralization, but the principle of the college here was to decentralize, but the fact that there were clubs, but they were kind of independent, but this is what created the difference, that the decision to keep the movement, the federation on a national level, but the clubs were able to do initiatives and to also initiate festivals, events, etc. So with the evolution, there were moments, or the moment that the digital life things were seeming to be more slow to actually do projection for a film. We needed space, and it was just a push of a button, but somebody needs to know all the intricacies of the technical problems that could happen that are related to the mechanics of how it works with the digital. It was it was faster to project movies. There was a data show to speakers.
pas pu suivre ce rythme-là, même au niveau des équipements.
So with the equipment as well, we shouldn't forget that this movement it was tolerated, but it was not really acceptable by the general public, which created a problem. Do you know that I hope that some things will happen because I am working on the history of in cine clubs, they cinematically they had presence and the police with guns.
En même temps, on laisse faire. Et du coup, à un certain moment, avec Ben Ali, on a incriminé la fédération d'être le nid d'abeilles des gauchistes et qu'on utilisait des équipements.
So there was there was closing of the clubs, and all of this focused on cine clubs, and maybe this aspect that was a little bit less dynamic and more structured compared to the people's will to do more and more faster. So, but I think that is a time. So exactly, you did not do. You were not a part of the
grand
and the big associations. Since I want to relay this to another question, what pushed you in the years of the 90s to create the FTCC? What needs? Listen, I want just to correct two things you said earlier concerning my topic. I am not the artistic generator of the African Cinema Festival. I am just a coordinator, and I did a lot of things, but I am not the director. Me myself, I did not actually found the association, but I participated with a lot of people to. I was the co-founder. I participated in the amateur cinema makers. I was beginning to find interest in this before it did not exist, and then. I came personally to cinema independently from associations, and I did not know they existed. So I saw films, I was interested in cinema, and then I effectively met the Federation of Cine Clubs, like Habib said earlier. In my high school, there were professors that were interested in cinema, so this was the context of cine clubs. And then later, without really knowing or having a clear knowledge of what it represented or what it was, I just went to the cinema like others did. So my relation to these associations was paradoxically later. I say paradoxically because these associations were, I knew them were quite the political associations. In the years 90s, I was just politicized on my own without joining the clubs. I was practicing politics outside the clubs, and then I found myself in a way depoliticized. So when I was depoliticized, I started to know these associations as a journalist. There was this kind of gap because I was always a critic, sympathizing critic or a nice critic. I had excellent friends, especially in the Federation of Amateur Cinema Makers that invited me regularly to talk about things. So my report or my relation was started when I started writing. I started knowing this, but the Federation, I was not ever a member of the FTCC. I would go from time to time. Like I said earlier, I thought that was I talked about cinema and movies, but the Federation of Amateur Cinema Makers was a bit different. When it comes to practices, I was able to see movies, and I was able to talk. Afterwards, with time, things changed. That's a long story where things changed. The two associations, they realized that there is a process of assessment and reassessment. It was contemporary, and there were results from this because there was a long process. There is formalism and aestheticism. So I knew this as a journalist and a critic. I observed the process. I accompanied them, and I went in and out. I was discussing things, and I took a lot of pleasure in following the Amateur Cinema Federation. And in the beginning of the 90s of the year, there was something, how to say, that there was a moment where we were scared that all of this will disappear because it was a great moment in history for the associations. There was this period, it was the period after Ben Ali took over the power, and after a few people, we said, why don't we create an association that could gather us all? There was the FTCC and the FTCA, so we were journalists that loved cinema, and we wrote about cinema. Why don't we create our own association? There was maybe mimicking, there was a bit of jealousy, there was like a fever of the associative fever. We wanted to be there, we wanted to be present. We did not have the same motivations to create these associations. There was some distance with people who had different intentions, but in my head and for me, it was just an institutional lengthening of the cinephilia. I was conscious. I read and I knew what is going on now. So I said that in Tunisia, that FTCC and FTCA were maybe against this association to maybe more than the FTCA to create another association. So parts like this and things like this. And what concerns me personally is that I wrote in the first introduction that accompanied the publication of our Cinecri, written cinema. I thought that the criticism or the critiquing of cinema was not very strong. So we were within the context of what's happening in the country, and that we had to read the country situation and to actually practice criticizing and critiquing cinema. So you were also witness of what was happening afterwards, that this was the case, maybe what's happening today. Qamar knows and Habib knows more than me about these details. Sometimes we forgot what was essential, and what became important was the bureaucracy and the direction and the responsibilities and the authority and similar things to this. And we did not care, and this happens to every association. So there was a president that was responsible for an association that did not answer to the minimum conditions, whether for critiquing or cinephilia and amateur cinema makers. And this later made us initiate this cine écrit, or written cinema. I was mimicking a lot. I was post-colonial period, and we did some critiquing in Tunisia. We did not do such things before, and whatever results it might lead to, it happened. Yes, but can you talk to us a bit more about cine écrit, or written cinema? For me, when I came back or when I came into this association, it was just to see what was going on. So other people had bigger consciousness, connotations, metaphoric, but for me, the critiquing was just to critique. I came into the association, but I saw that it was not really advancing properly, and I did not have these propositions from my colleagues in my generation. All things did not work, or the old association did not work, and I was kind of disappointed. So between parentheses, I did not look to direct this association, and everybody wanted me to go in and manage it, but I did not do that, and I didn't want to do that. So I became the first responsible for. Became the president. The president of the association that was supposed to do critiquing of cinema, but we did not do a lot of things. So what I had to do in this cinema, we did some cycles, we organized some events, we did such things, and then I said to myself, we found a justification for our existence, because the others did not do the same thing we did. But why don't we add articles? And I animated cine clubs independently from the Federation of Cine Clubs. Also, I did animate a lot of clubs in the University of Manouba. There was also the space of Hussein Mouzayan that was behind the headquarters of TPCC in Ibn Khaldun neighborhood, and I met a lot of people as a consultant and animator of cine clubs, and I met a lot of young people that were rotating on me, as they were connected to me and cinema, and we kind of initiated this generation of people interested in cinema. That was just a workshop at the beginning, and in my head it wasn't really a bigger project. So we started with the film of Nouri Bouzid in my personal path. That this film played a huge role. It was the status of a critic had a real meaning. That was our national revolution when it comes to cinema critiquing. I did not have the impression that I was participating in reality in critiquing cinema, because there were other articles that I already read. I did not feel independent. When that film was released, it was extremely important in my career path. I slept really late writing this film. I stayed up really late writing this critique of the film. So we started like this. We were not able to start working, and then bit by bit we started knowing how things work. We were a bunch of students in May doing some critiquing in cine clubs, and then we started talking, and you maybe remember more than me that we started writing and spending a lot of time, because the time was in reality more cinephilic than critiquing or practicing cinephilia than really the cult of as if cinephilia was a religion. It was just a more cult than cinephilia. It was the exercising of critiquing. We spent a lot of time watching movies and spending whole days together, talking together, discussing together, eating together. Our connections started to form, like real friendship connections. And we gave to cinephilia its real meaning in the beginning. This is how it happened. Like it was created math in my head. If there was something artificial, it was to create a critique or a review, but I did not think in my head that I created a movement of friendship and between the members and us and with the cinema. That was not a conscious decision. So that was not what happened. So I was in reality more of a cinephile than a cinema critic. I was a friend of cinema. I was a friend to cinema more than a friend to critiquing cinema. So cinema critique in Tunisia actually developed a lot. I want to salute also Mohamed that saw or noted, he kind of printed flyers. He wanted to publish these for the public, and we continued with so many steps. We started all scattered with international films, African films, Arab films, etc. So all of this, I want to say, is a classic in the training of all in the forming of all of associations. It's a passion, then becomes more ideological, then maybe less ideological, and then it was amicable, and then it was international, or becoming national, and then becoming international. So this is it. These are the small things that I wanted to talk about. I also wanted to remember something else, something about the FTCA on a personal level. The cine clubs in Tunisia were just a quote of this main structure. So what was happening? So also what was happening in France impacted us greatly. Was everything was politicized. There were a lot of political parties, and paradoxically, there were a lot of misunderstandings in history in France, where there was this movement of cinephilia in the 50s with a new vague, or with a new wave. There was a more popular cinema, but with us, because we also have our own history, we went more towards political, because before it was more interesting than the 70s. There was a moment where it was not very glorious to be in cine clubs. Some people were accused of being fascists because they were talking about the revolution and certain ideology. This led to other things. So what what I was thinking about that we had a history of compared history. This could be the compared history, how our cine clubs worked or functioned compared to the history of cinema in particular. So we are going to listen to the intervention of Morgan Goriot exactly about this approach of cine clubs in France, or the French did, and also the first cine clubs in Tunisia. Were they established in the year 1949. It was established by communist militants, and then I read the number of the 60s, 58, the first number, and the number of the year 60s. I remember that it wasn't as ideological as this. The ideology came after, and there was a need. There were some nationalists, and there was an enthusiasm and joyous cinephilia. I knew cine clubs since the years 80s that had certain sadness. It's like assemblies. It was a moment in history which was really sad. In what I read, in that there was no vision for the cinema that was published in these reviews. It is true that I am comparing a little bit the cinema, but there was something very interesting. And what was promised is to happen is to do a Tunisian cinema, or to have a Tunisian cinema. It wasn't an ideology in these years. It was just this, is to do the first Tunisian film. It doesn't matter what this first Tunisian film is. It's just to do a Tunisian cinema. It wasn't So the history of the Tunisian cinema, the first Tunisian film, it wasn't done by someone who did cinema or who was active in cinema. So I was in the midst of witnessing, to give the word to Tahir. I am in agreement with this posture that they take, is that there was time to leave the cine clubs. I have memories from my youth, but we have to leave this legend of cine clubs. But the institutions of Tunisia, I wasn't in them. I stopped when I was very young to finish my university degree, so I forgot a lot of things. What seems important to me is that Tahir could prolong was precisely nobody invented anything, because nobody invented anything. We just copied the cine clubs in France, but we gave a Tunisian spice to it. So the political system insinuated within. There was authoritarianism. There was opposition of the state in every association. For me, it was the treasury keeper. For you, there was the general secretary. For you, it was the president. And it's in the context of the whole history of the country. It was just a balance of powers within the country and the sectoral powers. So we did not have a lot of money, subventions, but there were some personal relations and authority and people, and that what happened in the cine clubs and what happened in the FTCA and the FTCC, but this history was not really looked into. We have to spend some time reading history to see what we inherited from this. So I was in cine clubs. I was from the left, and there was a confusion in our heads today is to say I was in cine clubs. If we did cine clubs, that we have to remember that was a structure that was effectively reflected all of the Tunisian political life on all levels, and there were a lot of fragments of the political lives. In it was just the end of Bourguiba's regime. In 75 was just Bourguiba in power. If you observe the political system in parallel with cine clubs, you will see the reflection of the Tunisian political life. So the militias were there, the bad was there, the good was there. So I think that we have to face the history of cine clubs to come up with an assessment and that is not smeared or is not disoriented by the nostalgia of people. This aspect is very important. The cinema of, or the Ministry of Culture was created by people who were in the Federation. This was one of the derivatives. One of the founders was Nouri Zarzouri. It was in Dar Sharia Club and was in the Cinema Service Bureau, and this aspect we need to talk about as well, we have to study as well. So except that I think that the reflection in a mirror of the Tunisian left, but this is a subject of history and it's not ours to talk about. But I know, but I was inside of it, so I have a lot of anecdotes and I have a lot of things and facts that I witnessed myself. The cinema needs to prepare people for a revolution. This was said by Belaid. And some would say no, our main role is to talk about cinema and art, maybe committed art or militant art, but this was the clash between the bureaucracy and everything was there. So the left at the time lost this richness and openness compared to Tunisian left today that should have been better than what it is today. So you're talking about FTCA, now I'm talking both FTCC and FTCA. So at the end of the 70s there were no separation. The same members of the federation weren't the same members of the cine clubs, and they co-organized the festivals. So discussions, programs. So other association were it was a rich presence from all of us. And I think there were all of the signs that there was going to be an authoritarian regime. It was.
So here, if you are speaking about the powers, the authoritarian power, I think this is not easy to say that, as this is related to the history, first of all. And also, if we will check how this happened before, for example, you can, for example, exchange or get the experiences of Lebanon or of France or of any other country that the cinema is related to the people that are famous, like Einstein and this is, of course, should be, of course, take into consideration all the situation that that we live in that country, and also filming and filmmaking has been changed after that from speaking out or speaking about the current situation, and after that to speak about the history. And I think now that we got to know some new elements in the cinema, like for example to speak about the democracy, and also to speak about it in not only in the cinema but also in the festivals. And I think that there is something always within the cinema that would express the public sensations, and also that would express the feeling of the public. And that's it for me, for example. The cinema has to take into consideration in all times the history or the historical backgrounds, in addition to the elements that are currently left. So regarding the FTCC, I think that from a historical background, Tahir Shria was the president of honor of the FTCC, and also head of the editors. So this means that he has his own articles and his own writings. However, he was, of course, present in the first festival of the GCC, the Cinema Days of Carthage, and he was the head of the committee in charge of this GCC, or the Cinema Days of Carthage. And he was in clash with some businessmen, and this clash and also this dispute and was referred back to the different point of views between him and Wissam. And I think that in the 1970s, but for me, I started to join the Cine Club since the 1980s when I went to secondary school, so I did not recognize that era. However, I would like to say that that happened because of the clashes. So there were many clashes between the renowned person within the Cine Clubs. Yeah, that started because of the perspectives have been changed since the 1960s, and also many of the leaders in the cinema started to choose different ways. And also not only regarding the cinema itself, but also with regard to the structures and the institutions and the associations that in which you express your life to the cinema, for example. And however, despite all of that, those clubs were the hosting place that welcome all the people in order to express their opinions, and also it was an entertainment for all of them, although they do not share the same ideas. And I think that solidarity should be, of course, one of the pillars in the disputes after that, in order to solve the disputes and also for the resolution of the disputes. And also there are many countries that had witnessed this before, and I think that this is something that can be solved easily. And we have of course to decline the envy, because if you are trying to envy your colleague, there is a public or there is an audience that would challenge you. And also if you are trying to target, for example, the youth, they are of course full of enthusiasm, and also they will be of course involved in these disputes. And also this is would be integrated, of course, in the history of Tunisia with regard to the cinema, and I think that this is very interesting to talk about. I'm sorry that I told you that I have to leave at 15, and I'm so sorry because I have a commitment and I have to go to the class now. You know that I'm working as a teacher, as a professor, and I have to be in time there. And I would like also to share you that moments in a future opportunity. Thank you very much. Now I will speak about the Cine, and Mr. Ahar. I would like to say that if we can compare the experiences between the 1960s and the 1970s, I think that thanks to the Cine clubs, and also the Cine clubs and how those Cine clubs occupied the public spaces. I think that in the 1960s, that was not the case. I mean, there weren't many places or many spaces that were opened for the Cine clubs. Yeah, but we're of course practicing our passion, and also we are watching the TVs in Ibn Khaldun cinema room, and there is an absence of the audience, so there were no public at that time, and I think that at that time in the 1960s, all the cinephilics are trying to attract the public in order to enlarge or to widen the circle of audience. Microphone, please. Microphone. So there are many forms of resistance to the art at that time also that raised. However, in the contradiction, there is a lot of passion, and also after the 1990s, the regime of Ben Ali, which is based on the policing power, was the nuclei for our resistance, and also so our love to the cinema is like the flow of water. So water goes and then goes back, and so we are moving forward and backward, of course. And we always, of course, trying to find out our context within the framework of the political scene and within the framework of the social situation and conditions. And you know that everything changes among history, and we are always trying to adapt ourselves. However, everything would be archived, and also we have all the statements of witnesses. And also I can say that for the cinema, I think that we created history with the archives that we have since the 1960s, and it is something crucial that we have to continue take testimonies and take statements from the people who are mostly involved in the cinema, and also to write more on the archives, based on the archives of the FTCC and FTCA, and I think those are the two most organizations, or those two organizations, of course, would lead us to write a lot about the history of cinema, and also to write a lot about what happened before. And now I would suggest for all of you to hear the recording, and also this is the outcome of work on archives, and also the communication that they used is based on many fields, and I think that after this message, we will continue the discussion, and then we will finalize with the images from the film.
Donc, merci pour ce témoignage.
Thank you for all what you have said. But for my relationship with the FTCA and the FTCC is different. And I came from the Tunisian university, and also we got to know the FTCA and FTCC when we started studying at high school. And at that time, we got to know FTCA and FTCC and FTCA, and it was the place in which we gathered together. But for me, I'd like to say that there was something missing at the time, which was the criticism. And I think that for the history of TCA and for the history of the FTCA, the FTCC and FTCA, I think that the critical point of view is missing at the time, and there is a shortage in the critical point of views. And as we studied there, and our teacher was Mr. Ali bin Abdullah, Mr. bin Tabib, Mr. Tahat Lifa. Microphone, please. So, sorry, there are some cuts in the microphone. And since 10 or 15 years ago,
في تونس ما عادش بنفس
I think that we did not have the same enthusiasm. It was not so enthusiastic for us. And sorry, the microphone is not working steadily. I cannot hear the speaker. There are many ruptures, sorry. I cannot hear the speaker. So, you said that, for example, we need the archive in order to prepare for the critical writing or for the criticism, and Mr. Habib said that he will prepare for a film, but
نفهمها بأي طريقة أخرى لكن نقول
so I think that يقص ميكرو. I think that schools before are always in a conflict, many in 2003, and also many of those schools had tremendous needs before. And also I would like to know how those schools did not train themselves ideologically on the background of criticism. So maybe they have just a technical background, and also you are from that school, so you are from this school, you are from this university, and I would like to say how you lived this era, and also how you think that there is a missing and there is a short of self-whipping, let's say self-whipping or self-criticism, and just if you can let me know about that, or I think in the history of the FTCA, every decade there is an advancement, there is an ideological development and a social development, and of course this would reflect the change in the Tunisian society. So I know that since students from the arts or the arts students, when they enter into the universities in order to study the cinema, they shouldn't, of course, forget that they have their professors who are versed in the cinema and also in the festivals and so on and so forth. And I think that it was like a closed circle based on the ideology of the cinema before, and also this is a historical problem, and this is a historical problem because what happens in the students' movements, you find it, of course, in all the meetings of the FTCC and FTCA, and I think that the Islamists did not join those organizations before, and that's why I'm hearing two sounds, sorry. And I think this is how the associations worked with the ancient ways and the ancient methods, and I think that those associations did not work based on the advanced theories, and also they did not and also we need that everybody who will join the FTCA, of course, he has, of course, to accept the methods of FTCA. However, he will bring his input or her input, and I think that the university was not able before to advance or to create another reform for that. However, I think that this is an ordinary development of the nature of the youth, because before youth were involved in the politics and also they are involved in reading. But now, for example, it is not the age of reading and it is not the age of involvement in politics. For me, I would like to add something, because we have to memorize such historian moments, and in the history you have to make sure about what are you going to say. You should not base your history on hypothesis, because when you say, for example, that when you say that something happened in the year 2000 in the cinema, I am, of course, a member in the High University, and I am a professor in the High University, and I would like to say that when you study history courses, you think that history is something very old and something very ancient. However, since the year 2000, the history has changed. So in Tunisia, we are, of course, trying to deliver the technical courses. And so these technical courses based on the average. And as you know that before the letters, humanities, and many other sections have left, and also many thought, or many of them, they believe that the cinema is an industry, and also they involved in the technical aspects and also in the management aspects of the cinema. So here, if you are trying, of course, to train a staff of technician, and the tendency of the higher education in Tunisia ended to train as many technicians as they can. So now we have a lot of technicians, however, no creativity and no innovation. And this is the same thing that we suffer from the education. There is no philosophy, no ethics, no morals, and also I think that after 20 years you find a lot of
Alors, avant d'écouter la communication de Morgane Coriou, نحب نتفاعل معك في نقطة قلت قليل وين نسمعوا autant de critiques للFTCC ou l'FTCA. وجي reprends l'idée اللي الجامعة التونسية للسينمائيين الهواة كان ليها الفضل انها كونت effectivement tous les premiers tous les cinéastes tunisiens, la plupart باش ما à commencer par Si Habib Mastiri. Effectivement, أما هذا الكلام بربي قديش من مرة تقال في ملتقى معناتها c'est devenu معناتها ce n'est plus une vérité. Quand c'est ressassé, ça devient de l'ordre du cliché. Et donc on s'est dit, il est temps, mais ceci dit معناتها الكلام اللي تقال اليوم أنا ما كنتش
And so this is one of the findings that we found. The cine clubs were too rich, and you cannot find everybody, of course, within the cine clubs. Maybe some in the libraries and maybe some in other places. but I
inaccessible.
And also there are many papers that are missing in the criticism, and I think that there were many criticisms that have been written before, but the university, of course, has to take into consideration the study of criticism, and I would like to say that all the country is in a bad need for criticism, not only the cinema. And also, however, you cannot start the criticism without a toolbox. So you have to prepare your toolbox in order to start with the criticism. We cannot rely just on the technician and the technical aspects. Here, for me as a teacher or as a professor, I think that all the cinema studies shall confirm that the technicians would be more educated, the technician would be more humanitarian, and also we do not need just to make the films, but to understand those films. We have to understand those films, and as said, that Nouri Bouzid was one of the filmmakers, and also he was a leader in the criticism of this kind of films. In this morning, one of you said that he wants to see himself in one of the films. So you have to criticize yourself. First of all, you have to criticize yourself in order to see yourself in the mirror of the cinema. So I think that we as teachers, we have to educate our students in order to self-criticize themselves so that they will see the picture in the mirror of the cinema. So I'd like to thank the organizers for this roundtable, and also in particular Insaf for this opportunity to intervene. And you know that since there is COVID and also we are online, I'm not in a good situation to have the exercise. No, but here in the specialists of the social and economic specialists, since the era.
Donc sur la période coloniale.
So, and also I'm interested in the FTCC, and I was, of course, keen on that since its creation. And I think that for me, this led to the importance of this federation, and also that everybody wants to know about the origins of the FTCC. So as a historical background, of course, we need to know about what are the elements of the constituting element of the FTCC after the independence, and also we would like to find out those elements in a part of the history of the FTCC, and I would like also to thank Ramzi Lamouri for his help because he granted me the access to the archives. Finally, of course, got to know how it works and how it is the distribution or the cinematographic distribution in Tunisia works. And I would like also to hear more and more about. Sorry, there are many cards in the interpreter's desk also. So of course this would refer back to many years before, since the appearance of the cine clubs, and also the role of the FTCC and the power of the FTCC. club in order to promote the cinema cultures and also how it plays on the geopolitical category and how they translate into programming those elements in the culture of the cinema. And as I said, I will not go further, but I would like, of course, to thank the FTCC for the advantages that they provided for the cine clubs. And since Bourguiba is here, I think that the cine clubs, of course, had a relationship with the youth houses and also the education goals or the national education goals, so that the FTCC, since the first year, most of the members of the FTCC are from this background. And also, if we see the cine clubs in Sfax or in Gabes and also all the archives since the first years in the post-colonial period or since the independence, we can find that the youth cine clubs in Sfax has promoted a lot with an instructive program set in place. And also, since many decades, I met with my colleagues from Algeria and also in order to compare the experience of cine clubs, and also we consider it as the animation of cine clubs is one of the founding elements for the history of the cinema. And also we can find not only people who are involved in the cinema, but also some of the doctors and also some of the teachers and so on and so forth. And I think in the last 1960s, the 1960s, frequentation of cine clubs has been increased since has been increased mainly with people who are studying in the secondary schools. And this has paved the way for the students in order to be keen on the cinema culture, and also to go further in the 1970s in a chronological order, so that those cine clubs are, of course, changing, and they were subject to many renewals, as many professors have joined in 1970s, and they became cine clubs dedicated for students. Since that time, 1970s, and since the transformation of those cine clubs into cine clubs for students, and it started to work with the independence of Tunisia under the tutelage of Mr. Bashir Ayari, and also to focus on the universities. And I think that they started to take a semi-political aspect. And also for those cine clubs, it presented a place for sociability between the students in the Tunisian universities. and also all of them who met in the cultural house or in the youth house, they are of course get together within these cine clubs, and also they expressed of course high sociability about their passion regarding the cinema. And Cine Club, of course, is part of the adolescent's life, and it gives the integration of the youth in the social groups via a specific subject. And we have, of course, the colonial era, and I think that the historians of the FTCC, who have been working on the Cine Club on Bangladesh, they thought that these cine clubs are associated with the organization of many other events with the colleagues, and not only the colleagues from Asia, of course, but I think that we will see together once again in the meeting on April. She's going too fast. And also we suppose that there are many people who had been interviewed by Mr. Bashir Ayari and about the political consciousness and about the subject related to the political scene, and this was considered as the main involvement in the political and intellectual scene, and also that gives the critical aspect to those people. This is mainly in the 1975 after practicing the Cine Club debates.
This presentation and projection and final discussion and the exchange that was going on political socialization as a militancy that could subscribe in this process of affiliation in university, in cine clubs that became uncontrollable. The frontiers between the university work in university and intellectual militantism, and then the commitment of the students in unions and syndicates was the same as cine clubs. It was favorizing the context of academia. But to follow more this idea, we can equally argue that the investing in cine clubs could contribute in forming a cinematic capital that could be a political element. Cine clubs and veterans of cine clubs, we were publishing posters, doing general assemblies, organizing elections. It was part of it was heavy administratively. So the cultural militantism was related to political activism, and we here say that the militantism and political work was related to the cine clubs. So the history was sort of mixed. It was the fight against authoritarian regimes. The FTCC was a popular educational movement that was a part of the state in direct relations with the authorities, because the movement of films was financed largely by the Secretariat of the State, and that the municipalities were offering actually the places and the spaces for films to be projected there. So there was a schizophrenia that we find in this with Tahir Shria, for example. He was the head of the... Sorry, the mic is not working. شباب ما هوش يخدم ما هوش يخدم. And the FTCC, after taking a distance with the state, the beginning of the years 70s, I want to cite Mousaf bin Murad that I interrogated in 2014, or I questioned in 2014. He said that I want to say that the first thing we did was we cut all ties with the culture Ministry of Culture, cut some ties with the Ministry of Culture. The FTCC was kind of it was controlled kind of by the Bourguiba regime, and the local authorities were threatening to cut funding if they continued to show certain films. And then also we can conclude that the association, and in particular in Gabes, that the relations with the governor and the association were very bad, and that it was closed, and they were actually projecting films and holding meetings in front of the closed headquarters, so the occupation of the public space. So we can say that there are two ways to interact with these, whether to put them into consideration that the FTCC represented a real force that scared the Bourguibian power, and that what allowed the FTCC to survive. And something else to interpret this is that the FTCC was not an oxygen bubble. It was an oxygen bubble that wanted to be burst by the local authority, or the state at the time. And so it was studied by a researcher called Fernando Ramis Arenas, and he said that the cine clubs were a bubble of oxygen. It was for some people in Spain and Germany. So the question we ask regularly when we talk about cine clubs, not only specific to the FTCC, was whether these cine clubs an instrument for popular education, for political training, or for cultural exchange, or does it have the advantage where it is the place that holds a certain cinematographic culture that forges images and forges movies. So this traversed by this tension. And when we look into the history of the FTCC, it is also something debatable. We have first, we privilege culture through the cinema compared to cinematographic culture. The FTCC did not hesitate into using the movie to start a discussion about the class, about the Palestinian cause, and the aesthetical analysis, Asiatic analysis, was for the cineclubists, and was also there were workshops about the analysis of image at the Nouri Bouzid. he came to the cinema through the medium of the FTCC, and he did not know or could not imagine a film to decrypt plan by plan or image by image or scene by scene. He said, I learned a lot of things from this place. The debate, ideological debates and political debates was an important step into analyzing a film. Although we have to take seriously this cinematographic culture, the very demanding cinephilia, the cinematic days of Carthage, we can think in particular about the session of 1968, where the jury chose 2 films for the Golden Tanit, because they said that the 2 films were not sufficiently enough. Because there was a proper distinction between what was happening, because they said that the film presented were both at a mediocre level, so you can see the level that was demanded from the films. And we find traces of this debate in the review of Nawadi Cinema, or cine clubs, that invited director and French critic Pierre Cast, and we asked him what Tunisian cinephile said. That this cinema could be profoundly political and militant, otherwise it is an individualist film. So the commitment was the major component of making film. I have to finish because my time is running out, and I didn't say all of the things that I wanted to say, but the shame here is that the political aspect in the FTCC actually shadowed the normal cinemaphilia. It's developed. An African cinema that was not in charge of the African aspect that you can only find in festivals. So it was a real experience of African and Arab films that was successful internationally as well. So the cinematographic days of Carthage and the FTCC played a huge role. So we are going to conclude with the first image of the movie film Image Saccadée. We are just going to watch the beginning of the movie. Test. أي.
from the Film Society of India, and Jean-Marie, a filmmaker from Cameroon. I'll invite you to introduce yourselves, and then maybe we can have a conversation together. Rajesh?
Hi, I can hear some voices here. There is some echo here. Am I audible? Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Samita? Rajesh? Jean? Do you hear me now? Hello? Hello? Check, check. Okay. Samita, can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. Oh, we can hear you here. And sorry, very sorry about that. To Rajesh and Jean as well. Great. We're very happy to have you here and to start it again. I just wanted to say that today evening we are also screening Jean-Marie's film Sacred Places. And we hope that this conversation virtually can ignite the conversations that are to happen during the film screening. And of course, Rajesh, your film would be also screened, not today, but in the coming days. So thank you again for your patience and presence. And I leave it to you, Samita. Thank you.
Hi everyone. Again, I don't know if you heard me earlier.
To me, as someone who recently has stepped into a programming position for an organization called the Shenandoah Film Collaborative, which is like a film society. I don't think people in the US know what a film society is, but if they did, they would realize that this was one or it's aspiring to be one. But what drew me to this organization was that it's very unique in that it's fully volunteer run and it aims to bring, as they say, world cinema to the rural Shenandoah Valley. So if you think rural, mostly white America, it's not the kind of context that comes to mind when we're thinking about film and film clubs and film societies in the global south. But I think there's also a way we can talk about other divides and sort of other souths in terms of marginalized communities, even within the so-called global north. I'm very excited to hear from Rajesh and Jean-Marie. I would love to hear about what brought you to kind of film club movements as well as to filmmaking. So I can invite Rajesh first to speak and then Jean-Marie.
Hi, thank you, Samhita. I hope I'm audible. Thanks, everyone. Hi, Samhita. Hi, Jean. Hi, Abhishek. Hi, everyone. I am Rajesh James. I am from Kerala, which is a southern Indian state. So I'm a member of a film society in India, in Kerala. And if you look at the film society movements in India, You know, film society movement in India started almost in 1937. That's exactly we had the first official film society club started in Bombay. And although we know that you know, the film culture or film practices came to India much before. In 1896 we started film practices, and our first feature film was in 1913. So in 1937, India's first film society movement started, and from there, in 1943, we have a Bombay Film Society, and in 47, there's a film society called Calcutta Film Society, and afterwards, so many film societies were started in urban and semi-urban places, and from the 1970s and 80s onwards, you know, the idea of film society has been extended to you know, all parts of India. Right now, the film society movement in India is definitely you know, it's growing actively. And in Kerala, we have around 90 to 100 film society are officially registered. And there is a you know, organization called Federation of Film Societies of India, which actually controls and perhaps guides the and perhaps centralizes all the practices of film societies in India. So, as a filmmaker, I'm a documentary filmmaker. My knowledge of cinema came through viewing films through the societies. For instance, you know, the Western films, particularly European films, and also films from the other parts of the world, were screened in India and also in Kerala. And it is through this screenings that we initially, you know, we got a chance to watch films, and that's how the interest in cinema started in me. Although the popular commercial film culture in India is very strong and almost dominating, but on the other hand, there are independent practices in India, like film societies, which is a long history, which I was trying to say before. And also we have a few other cine club practices like film collectives in India, which came much later, like almost started in the 1990s. And today we have many film collectives in India which actually practice the idea of making, perhaps circulating, exhibiting films quite differently from that of film societies. So, Samhita, I think if when the discussion progresses, maybe we can talk about how the practice goes in India. I'm sure you are into this movement, you know, perhaps much better than me. But at the same time, I think we should also focus on a movement called Film Collective in India right now, which actually gaining momentum across India. Perhaps it has gone its own ideology and politics of practice in cinema, which is also important, I think.
Thank you so much. Jean-Marie, we would love to hear from you. What has been your experience with, you know, cine clubs or film societies?
Okay. Thank you very much. We are having some small problems, technical problems, but we're going to try to proceed and to continue this conversation, this fascinating conversation. Here in Cameroon, we have had a very, very decade because since the time that this had disappeared, and the only people were in the people would set a TV and get some films. Most of the time, these films were pirated films. So, and in terms of video club or film society, there haven't been much of these experiments in Cameroon, because when the video club started also declining, people were not really gathering to talk about cinema. People were just gathering to have a place where people can have a drink and eventually watch a film or watch football matches. So in terms of experience of gathering places or even video clubs or cine clubs, for the last 10 to 15 years, it's almost something that seems to have disappeared. In schools and in colleges, popular anymore. So we are in a situation where now with the internet and with the mobile phone, maybe that's where young people are consuming images, but for videos, it's a very scary film for a long time actually, because apart from some of the films that are being produced locally and these films that are not ever shown on television, these films they have some screenings that are being made punctually when the film is released, and they even try to organize some screenings. So this is what I can say about, to answer this first question.
Thank you so much. One very interesting thing I was thinking about while listening to part of the previous panel was thinking about, comparative history. So I have sort of two things, one historical and one more future oriented. So the first is that it's really interesting to observe two contexts. So Tunisia and India that I'm more familiar with than Cameroon, but maybe Jean-Marie would be able to say something about this. And that is that in an Indian context, you had a very robust film society movement that took off without much state support and in a context where there were huge commercial industries. In Tunisia, you had a very, very robust, Cine Club movement, but in a context that had initially, as mentioned, some state support, but even if the sort of movement kind of distanced from that, but without sort of a major industry, which is also, I think, really interesting in its historical formation. So if Rajesh would like to say anything about that, or Jean-Marie, it would be really interesting. And the second question that I was thinking about was that, there is this sense sometimes that changes in technology and viewing practices, whether with TV and video or now with sort of mobile phones, have altered sort of landscapes of viewing cinema and especially collective viewing of films. But then at the same time, there's a way that we can all become filmmakers by just taking our phones. So there's an opportunity there. So to hear from both of you who are filmmakers and connected to kind of filmmaking communities in your own experiences, what you see as some of the opportunities with these huge shifts since the kind of earliest moments of the emergence of cine clubs and film societies.
Jean, can you answer it, or should I start? Yes.
Rajesh, you want to? Yeah, go ahead and start.
Okay. I think I'll answer your second question, right? As a practitioner, I think, I should answer that first. the idea of technology, as well as how technology brought change in the film viewing practices in India, I think it's a very interesting question. When you look at the history of film society movements in India, in fact, I would argue that the advent of technology has, in some way or the other way, has reduced the influence and the impact of film societies in India. For instance, when film society started in the 1940s, the chances of watching films was very comparatively less. For instance, film society has given access to international films, art films, or parallel films from Europe. But on the other hand, we had popular films, Bollywood films or commercial cinema. And in fact, if you look at the history of film societies in India, at least with the beginning of Calcutta Film Society, they could actually take films from Europe, particularly through the connections through embassy, and people started watching art films or parallel films, alternative films. For instance, Battleship Potemkin was perhaps shown, across India, and for the first time that Indians saw it. And it is through the film society that people started watching it. But in the 1980s and 90s, the influence of film societies in India has rather reduced because of the advent of video and television. People had a chance to watch. Is it echoing? I think I'm echoing.
Yeah, there's some feedback coming through.
Yes, feedback is coming. Abhishek, you there? Okay, I think it stopped. I can continue. So in the 70s and 80s and in the 90s, the advent of technology, particularly the video format and also the television, and of course the introduction of portable camera, people started, watching different materials, video materials. As a result, the strong influence of film society started reducing. In the 90s or during the post-millennium period, with the advent of digital technology, people like me started making films because we had access to cheaper cameras, movable portable cameras, mobile phones, and with the advent of with the beginning of multiple film collectives in India, particularly the 2004 incident and the beginning of Vikalp as a collective has opened up so many festivals across India, small festivals across India. For instance, in Kerala, we had a festival called Vibgeo, which actually gave a chance for amateur filmmakers to screen and perhaps to circulate their films. As a result, the idea of film society, it has faded because with the coming of the internet and other media facilities, you can download all your films or the so-called foreign films. You can watch your films, although it's a collective activity, you can watch in your private screens. But access to political films, films that contain some activist dimensions and amateur films were not available in the internet site. So platforms like Vikal, PIPG, or small festivals and other collectives became extremely relevant. And when you look at Indian history after millennium, you see so many collectives. For instance, in Kerala, there is a collective called Media Collective where they started making films and screening films with a vision to counter the politics of Kerala government of that time, of their complete disregard for environmental movement. In Madurai, in Tamil Nadu, we have a film collective called Marupakam. It was started by Amudan with a view to project or perhaps to share, to engage with the Dalit assertions which is happening in Tamil Nadu. In Calcutta, we have Kolkata People's Film Collective where the whole notion of distributing films or exhibiting films have completely changed. And so many collectives have happened in India. I'm talking because As a filmmaker, I had a chance to interact with multiple festivals and also the film collective practices in India. A strong sense of film exhibition, circulation, and discussion is right now happening in these collectives. Not just discussions, but collectives are producing films. And I think that is perhaps with the advent of the technology, the whole idea of film as a mere consumption has completely changed. From consumption, it has, rightly changed to production of films. So you see so many independent filmmakers, particularly documentary filmmakers, have emerged in India in the 1980s, particularly after Emergency, at least from Waves of Revolution by Anand Patwardhan. I've worked on that particular domain. That's my research interest. Recently, I worked on that domain and I could publish a book. So it's actually quite engaging if you look at the alternative parallel political history of independent filmmakers, particularly documentary filmmakers. And there is a critique to film society movements in India. Many historians and academicians have pointed out that there was a bias for feature-length fiction films in film society movements. Other film genres were not given right focus, and there was an attempt to control the whole filmmaking practices in film society. For instance, FFSI was a collective organization, and in fact, the first vice president was Indira Gandhi, India's prime minister. So, and the idea of limited membership was their focus because, according to Satyajit Ray, film societies has given you a space for watching or analyzing films, and it is meant for the intelligentsia, people who are intelligent enough to perhaps appreciate films. But that practice of looking at film as something perhaps very intelligible thing, something which we need to intelligently digest, has been completely thwarted by these post-millennial documentary filmmakers who had a vision, who had a politics to counter the so-called elitism of film society movements. I think that point is very, very important because film society movements in India right now, how far it is relevant, I think it's a very interesting question because as a member of film societies, we see the all generation usually come and watch films. How far they are able to engage with the current young population or cinephiles who had access to many other alternative forms of film viewing modes. For instance, they can get from the torrents or some other means. People can watch films. They have an exposure to altogether a different film culture across the world. So that's, I think, my answer to your second question. I think I didn't get your first question. Can you give me a clue? Maybe something about your first question. I hope I have answered your first question.
Oh, I
Second
mean, it was
question.
fascinating. I don't even
Okay.
remember what my first question was, but maybe
Okay.
it will come back. I mean,
Okay.
your remarks I think were fascinating because you talked about how, on the one hand, a big change is in the scarcity of the object. That at one time, the kind of energy driving people coming to cine clubs was because films were very difficult to get a hold of. So if a film society found a copy of something, it was very, very exciting, where now it can sometimes seem like you can watch anything easily just on your cell phone or portable device. But then on the other hand, you've talked about a phenomena that seems to be a wider one in many parts of the world, and that is the proliferation of festivals. So even as attendance in some theaters in some places seem to be dwindling, festival attendance has been going up, and even virtually, like film festivals that over the last 2 years have been holding virtual editions of festivals seem to have actually garnered a lot of attendance. And then you talked about collectives as well as a kind of exciting direction for a sort of new mode, and perhaps one mediated by the digital in terms of filmmaking and film culture and kind of collective practices around cinema. I'm curious to know because in the earlier panel there was a mention of how the Cine Club movement in Tunisia has been very driven by students and student unions, and even the Cine Club itself being a kind of mode of education. And I was thinking, especially in a context like Kerala, which has a kind of long history of leftist politics, unions, all of this. If there's anything specific about the like film society movements in this particular state.
Yes, film society movements in India, particularly if you come to the Kerala region, we have a long history. At least in the 1960s, we started our film society clubs, which is called the Chitrajaga Film Society. From there onwards, we have a number of film societies across Kerala. And we know that in the 1970s and 80s, particularly when emergency was declared in 1975, we had significant number of film society movements in Kerala which actually address the political conditions of India. But if you look at history of film societies in India, film society movements generally paid no attention to the Indian issues at that particular time. Right, rather it addressed political issues outside India. But in Kerala, for instance, in Odisha Collective, they have tried to address the emergency issue, political issue, because we had a leftist tradition, at least from 1957 onwards. And from that period onwards, we have in colleges, in universities, we organize film screenings or local festivals, and that's how the film education or the practice of film, what do you call, the practice of screening films have happened. But specifically speaking, we don't have any particular movement, something like film society or film collective, which is actually driven by the youth. But across ages, members members they join. I mean, the young population join in film clubs and film collectives. For instance, a festival called Vibji, or that is right now it is not happening in Kerala, is perhaps conducted by a general body, but at the same time, all the volunteers were from different colleges and from different universities. So the idea of engaging with films and the idea of practicing films is in a way is very common, but at the same time, as I said before, we don't have a particular specific or an individual movement which is specifically meant for youth. I think that kind of a specific movement is not here, but the young population is part of the film society activities, film collective activities, and film festival movements. Yes.
Thank you. I'm not sure if Jean-Marie is here, but we can continue the conversation and maybe he'll rejoin us. Yeah, this is interesting too. Just thinking about what you mentioned in terms of sometimes how readily historically cine clubs have sometimes engaged with global political issues, but maybe been less reluctant to for a variety of reasons, address sort of very local issues. And that would be interesting to examine in comparative contexts of histories of cine clubs in different places, how that dynamic has played out very incidentally. And again, one of the reasons why I'm so excited to be here is because I feel like I live in the world of sort of documents and archives as a historian, where I know much more about the past histories. So it's really exciting to engage and now myself sort of be engaged with an organization that's seeking to mediate in a way grassroots and civic participation through cinema that's not just a festival, but through more of a kind of film society or cine club model, which seems important again in the way in which I think a lot of technologies, because of their intense personalization, have kind of made us turn very inward rather than outward into kind of collectivities. The other thing that I was thinking about in terms of your remarks, Rajesh, was an understanding I have. And again, a lot of this came through from reading, like in the 70s, for example, coverage in other parts of, say, Asia or Africa or even Latin America outside of Tunisia, really looking to the kind of Cine Club movement in Tunisia as a model because of the way in which they were formed with, in part, a consciousness over what was needed to kind of combat French and other colonial or neo-colonial monopolies over film distribution, whereby sort of forging, say, African collectivities of African filmmakers and film cultures. This was a sort of very important and kind of pressing need and very much of its time. And I wonder, because of the title of this panel being about sort of global perspectives and sort of global South movements, what directions for connection might be. This event itself, I think, speaks powerfully to such an attempt. And again, I wish I could see the audience better to engage with them. But it's really wonderful to be here and to be having this conversation. I'm curious to know, Rajesh, on your own training, like historically, sometimes film societies or cine clubs have been sort of grounds for learning a lot, not only about films, but even about filmmaking. I'm not sure if that was your experience, but I'm curious to know more about how you kind of got into filmmaking.
Yes, that's a very interesting question because I should answer that. I'm not a person who actually had a very formal training in filmmaking. I had my education in a college, in a rural college in Kerala. My domain was literature, English literature. So while I having my graduation and post graduation, we had a film club in our college, and we used to organize film screenings, particularly Latin American films, European films, and films from Africa. We used to screen films. So perhaps that is my first initiation into the knowing and perhaps performing or doing the act of doing cinema. So we usually on Saturdays we had regular screenings, and during maybe after the screenings in the Film Society model in India, we after the screening we had discussions where students sit together. We discuss about the aesthetic dimension of the films, of course, the political side of the films, particularly Latin American films were so close to us. I still remember the film which I watched, it's a feature film called City of God, and we were all caught up into that particular world after watching it. In fact, even now, I can remember a few shots which I saw many years back. So what I'm trying to say is that, when I was a student in college or in university, we had this kind of an informal screening, and that actually paved the way for my initiation into cinema. But we also had in Kerala and in India, what you call formal training schools or universities, which, for instance, Film Institute of India, or in Kerala we have a K.R. Narayan Institute, where we have a formal training in filmmaking practices. But people like me, we are initiated into film perhaps through the act of viewing. And in fact, I still remember, we were part of the film club, and still remember the way we got to the market. We took the projectors, and of course, arranging the screening and perhaps getting the generators if the electricity is went off. So there was a labor behind screening films. So I think that labor in screening films, perhaps you can find in film society movements in India too. So the notion of film travel, which Abhija Ghosh talks in her wonderful essay, is very interesting in the Indian context. The film print traveling from Calcutta to Kerala in a train. So in that sense, film became a common point, a thing which connects, the so-called diverse population of in India. In that sense, film was actually a medium which actually give me a point to connect with people across the world. I never traveled to other countries when I was a college student. So my experience of Latin America, Africa, or Europe came through films, and it has created a kind of sensibility, in me, and perhaps that later gave me the impetus, energy, drive to make films. And why documentaries is, I think, is an interesting question that I should, answer. The act of doing a feature film and the act of doing a documentary films are quite different, at least in Kerala and also in India. So I was, part of, film collective in Kerala, and documentary as a medium actually hasn't grown much in Kerala in comparison with other formats of other genres of cinema. But documentary as a medium was so flexible, if you look at its structure, its politics. And as we said earlier, it was so accessible to me as somebody who's not much trained in film. I can shoot with my camera. I can use my, editing software, cheap, free editing softwares. And I can be an amateur documentary filmmaker. Still, I can send my films to local festivals, or college festivals, where they give a chance for us to screen my films, and it gave me a chance to interact with others. And perhaps my first film was, in fact, when I look back, it is an amateur film, and it gave me a chance to screen in a festival in Kerala called International Documentary Festival in Kerala. I got good response, and perhaps that gave me the drive that I can make films, right? Although I've done very badly, there are people who actually appreciate my kind of an effort. So in that sense, the act of doing documentary filmmaking, or the act of doing documentary in Kerala, I think it's in that sense is a collective way of engaging with the cinematic medium. So Samhita, what I was trying to say is that as somebody who's not trained formally in filmmaking practices, in fact, this viewing, the idea of the consumption, or the idea of watching films, the idea of taking something from the film has given me the drive, desire, and perhaps the imaginative flight to delve and journey into this perhaps very interesting, exciting world of films. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, this is quite remarkable and seems like even a way in which, I mean, sometimes film schools have legacies of churning out graduates who make very similar types of films because of sometimes the homogeneity or the institutionalization of certain tendencies or teachers. So there's also a way in which this kind of story of a more diffuse and sort of less institutionalized way of learning to make film seems very potentially robust as well. I've heard Jean-Marie is available as a voiceover, so I would love to hear from him.
Yes, we've had a lot of technical difficulties here in Cameroon, and especially in Yaoundé this afternoon, and I'm really sorry. I wish we could have had an easier time to communicate. And actually, the situation in Cameroon is not probably one of the most difficult situations for filmmakers in terms of training. Because also, if we look at the whole context, in the 70s or 80s, there used to be cinemas. Most of these cinemas were the distribution of films that were being screened in these cinemas were run by a European company, a French company in particular. And it was even difficult for local filmmakers when you made a film to be able to access these cinemas because the owner of the cinema would say, well, I rent a whole package of films and I know that I have a sort of revenue that I make money out of it, out of this. So when I program your film or some local filmmaker, of course he wants to be able to earn more money than what he usually earns. So you have the filmmaker has to rent the cinema or to share in a very not very interesting way for him the revenues with the cinemas. So still people fought to be able to impose that some of the films should be seen in the cinemas, asking for the government to regulate, and well, that was also a very difficult problem because filmmakers were viewed always as a threat because they were sometimes raising some of the issues that the state didn't want this issue to be risen. And in terms of cine club where people could gather or young people could gather or filmmakers could even be collective to show film, we didn't have anything like that because most of the cine clubs to access film as an individual when you were not linked with the distributor was almost impossible. And to show the local films, you needed the space to show these films. So the cinemas were, it was hard for the cinemas to allow to give some space. And if you wanted to rent a private space to have the equipment, even to screen the film was something almost impossible. So with the revolution, with the technology, the digital revolution, things became a little easier because many people are making films, looking at what Nollywood did, and making films now that they can just rent a hall or a hotel space and then just screen the film and get a small fee. And it's really heartbreaking because you have in the universities many departments of cinema, but most of these trainings are very theoretical. So when in 2017 I started making a workshop, a practical workshop, I had many people who were graduated and even had people who had masters and sometimes PhDs in cinema, but who had never used the camera or who have never really, so they were just, in terms of theory, they knew all the theory, but in terms of practicing, and we now, I think Cameroon is probably one of the countries where you have so many filmmakers with PhDs. So everybody is graduate, but we are not producing enough films and the cine clubs, and we don't have that practice. And also as the state is making everything possible not to allow or to control what is coming out, and the documentary filmmakers in particular are in very deep pressure not to address the issues that might not be seen favorably by. And so when in 2007, in 2015, I came here to do a training, young people were saying, we don't even know what kind of subject to address. And I was so surprised. And that's why when I started this training in documentary, I said, you're going to make documentaries on the heritage, on the material or immaterial heritage, so that the politician would believe that it has nothing to do with politics, but in heritage we could put everything that we could. And when we started that, and I realized that people hadn't seen films, the culture of seeing films is so scarce. You have young people who, the last film that they've seen, I asked them as a survey, what was the last film you saw? 2 out of 3 said, oh, Game of Thrones. That was the experience of what they thought cinema was. And it was terrible. So we don't even know where to go from here. You have documentary filmmakers starting everything anew. And this is a particular situation with Cameroon where things have been stuck for the last 40 years. So we are hoping that in the coming years, if things change, people must start organizing themselves to acquire more and more knowledge and to organize. And I think young people, when they see some of the films that I'm showing here, because I'm here in Cameroon now for the small retrospective of my work, they are so hungry of having images, local images, and really understanding how the industry works. So to talk about the culture of Cine Club, I think that with change, maybe people are going to be looking at the kind of experience that happened in Tunisia in terms of the, the Cine clubs, and in other countries also to try to organize themselves, because now there are some equipment, with even their cell phone, there are many things happening. And maybe that's the way of the future for people having trainings here and trying to make films and films that really speak about the local questions, the local issues.
Thank you. Jean-Marie, if you would like to share, how did you become a filmmaker or get into documentary?
Oh, how I became a filmmaker is really when we were young in the mid '60s. We had a cinema in the small town where I grew up, and what we were seeing were many Indian films. They call it now Bollywood, but that's what was distributed. We saw all these Indian films. We grew up with Dara Singh, with Dilip Kumar, with these were the films that we were receiving regularly. And because we loved football and we had the streets where the football playground, so we'll be playing football and watching films in our spare time. And we have something here that we call 2-0. That means whenever we are a group of kids or group of people, we always make 3 teams, and then 2 teams are playing in the field, and the third team is waiting in the next to the stadium. And when one team scores 2 goals, the one that is defeated leaves the field, and the team comes. So when you are sitting in the next to the field watching the football, people are telling stories. And when you don't have enough stories, people are telling the last film that they saw. And all these Indian films, Magic Flower, Mangala, the girl from India, we were retelling all these stories, and that's how almost we became filmmakers, because sometimes you didn't even tell the story of the film that you've seen. You told the stories of the film that you heard someone tell you about. So that's when my passion for cinema really started. And actually, because when I did my studies, I did communication, and I wanted to become a journalist because I felt that things, I wanted to talk about many. It make me safe in terms of, because people couldn't come and say, oh, you said this. I just say I put the camera and I filmed, and that's what was in front of my eyes. So, and that's how I started trying to tell stories, and also telling stories with my with camera. This is how I started. And when I wanted to tell stories, I loved comedy, and we here, we all love comedy. But when I had an opportunity to make the first film, there were so many questions, so many issues. And because I went to Ouagadougou for the FESPAC, for the Pan-African Film Festival, and I saw how filmmakers, the first generation of filmmakers, Semen Usman and others, they really wanted to use cinema as a tool to accompany the transformation of the continent. Because during the colonial period, we were not even allowed to film, to make films. So it's only from the 60s that we started making film. And the filmmakers wanted to accompany the movement, the progress, the social progress movement in the countries by showing where there were issues and trying to use cinema as a tool for education. But at the same time, most of these leaders at that time, they invited the filmmakers to do that. But when the filmmakers started really doing their job and questioning and being, they started getting into trouble, and gradually the state started trying shooting the messenger instead of so this notion of using cinema as a tool for social change was with me from the beginning, and especially because I came from a neighborhood where so many things, so many information has to be shared, and that's why I started making documentaries. And I've continued making documentaries and not falling into the trends of some observational documentaries or some, I'm really making documentaries trying to create my own language that will be understandable by the young people in the country I grew up. This is how I came to filmmaking, and that was, I'm celebrating almost soon my 40th years of making films.
This is something that I think strikes me historically and maybe even in the present as interesting, which is that when one grows up somewhere outside of the global north, the US or Europe, you have a certain omnivorousness in the kinds of films that you watch and grow up with. Like Jean-Marie in his story was talking about, all kinds of films, including like the Dara Singh Indian kind of wrestling, like action films. And this is quite striking, where in many parts of the world, one grows up watching sort of local cinema with Hollywood, with, Latin American and Eisenstein, and like that kind of mix of influences, and even the range of, not just kind of political cinema or not just art cinema or not just popular cinema, but the way the exposure as a pretty common thing that many people have to like a wider kind of range of films is, I think, quite interesting too, both within and sort of in combination of, cine clubs and sort of other practices of viewing. That was really interesting to follow. We don't have too much time left. I think we're coming to the end of our time. I don't know if you have any questions for each other, Rajesh and Jean-Marie, or if there are things that you really wanted to share or talk about that we can get to in these last few minutes we have, or if the audience has any questions.
No, I'm still looking forward to fulfill one of my dreams, that is going to India at one point and see all these images that made me love cinema. And yes, that has been my fantasy all my life. And one day I think I'm going to do that, because we grew up with the Maharajas and the castle and all this, and it was what really made sense, because when we grew up far away from the village, not having our grandparents to tell us stories, these stories that were almost like the fairy tales, almost the same pattern, really made us dream. And that's the only comment that I can do. I would love for one day to visit India, and yes.
I think it'll happen. We'll figure something out. Really, I think what you said is something that I think about a lot as a teacher for this current generation. And I include myself in some of these challenges where, Jean-Marie, you talked about how a formative moment of your childhood and sort of the development of your imagination came out of boredom, because you're sitting there, waiting to come in because you're the third team. And while you're waiting, you're telling stories, and that, films were an important inspiration for the stories that you exchanged. And it's funny. I mean, I don't know if any of the rest of you who may be engaging with young people experienced this, but even 5 years ago, I could, take for granted that my students will watch films and come to class. But now, oftentimes students have a very hard time paying attention for 2 hours, 2.5 hours, at least in the US, where much of the class becomes just like you learn to write. You learn to sort of focus or watch something for a longer period of time because, as people call it, with this kind of attention economy of short YouTube videos, like social media stuff, that in a surprising way to me has actually been, quite a challenge. And not to say that it's everyone or that, again, in my same town, there is a very robust film festival that happens every year, but it tends to be an older audience. There's not actually that much attendance in this context from students. But again, this may be different in different places, but that was a very beautiful story. Thank you so much for sharing. I don't have too much more to say. Sorry about that sound. I don't have too much more to say right now, except just thank you so much. I hope to, follow all the other, co-panelists, and I'm really grateful to the organization, the organizers. I think I have learned so much, and I hope everyone is healthy and, stays well.
Thank you so much. And this panel is happening at the moment. I'm doing a master class with young people, and they are watching. But it's really fascinating to hear all the experience all over the world for them. And thank you so much for having included me in this panel. Unfortunately, I apologize again for these technical questions. And thank you. And
Yes, thank you, Samhita and John, for this wonderful session. In fact, it is so
Likewise.
yeah, it is so informative for me too, right? In fact, talking to different film culture as well as talking about different practices of filmmaking and doing cinema around the world was so informative. So, thank you all the organizers, thank you, John, and thank you, Samhita, for this wonderful time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presence. This has been a fascinating anecdotal kind of panel, which really enriches, which goes down into which allows us to really, get into the layers of how one becomes a filmmaker, but also a film appreciator. And this has been a super interesting panel. So thank you, Rajesh. Thank you, John, and thank you, Samhita.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I would leave the floor to Insaf, who would take over the next panel. Yeah, after 10 minutes, we have to still fix some technical difficulties which were from the last time. Huh? They need time. Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Hi, thank you. Bye. Bye.
تست تست تست. تست 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 تست.
مش نكلمك مسكرين. طب نكلموك.
مسكر مقادم مسكرين زوز. تست. Bien sûr. مبعوث غادي. مبعوث.
شفت الميكرو الكل؟ باهي الميكرو هذا
كيفاش نبعثهم التابل هذيك لحظة.
التابل هذيك
هذا ما احناش رابطينها ديجا.
ماشي ماخذ التابل هذيك.
هذيك واخذ ما عنده هو.
ليه ماخذ من عندك انت؟
هذا منين واخذ؟
اوكس ماخذ من عندك اوكس.
هو جاك
هذا ريتو هذا السورتي اللي كانت متعديه لهذه. السورتي اللي كانت متعديه للترجمه لهنا نحيتها حطيتها في الكونسول بيسك احنا هذا ما عادش نستحقوه. انت هذا منين عاطيهولو؟ هذا الفلور راهو الفلور. فلور هذا فلور اي فلور تاع الميكرووات الكل هذا
اللي وقت نجربوا فيه كاس.
وقت جربت فيه كاس.
شنو جربت فيه كاس؟
لا احنا فيه كاس.
هذا الفلور
خاطر شوي
هذايا ماشي للواحد يا مكر ماشي للفيليبس.
لحظه
اي هذاك موضوع اخر. هذا الفلور اللي داخل به انا للكونسول فلور.
انت منين نحيته هذا باش نعرف؟
نحيته من لونيتي سنترال نتاعنا.
لونيتي سنترال انا بعث لك دو زونتري وهذا
ليه انساه هذاك الليميتور. هذا السورتي من عندك انت اللي داخل به انا لهنا.
هذا اللي بعته
مش نتاع الترجمه. مش نتاع الترجمه.
1, 2, test. 1, 1, 2. Mute, mute. 1, B. 1, 1, 2, test. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, test. 1, 2, test. 1, 2, 2. 2, test. 2, 2. Allô, 1, 2. 1, 1, et. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, B. B. B.
نجربوا لي كابي تو شو كي باش نجربوا لي كابي شنو باش يصير مثال باش يتكلم بالعربي نسيب له انا العربي من هنا باش يوصل له الفلور وياخذ لونجلي من البيبيت بركه لونجلي من البيبيت
البيبيتر انا هو الميكرو لك حل.
تيست 1 2 تيست. تيست 1 2. هذا من الانجلي تو. تيست 1 2. تاخذ العربي. هكا يوصل العربي ولا؟ ضعيف من الميكرو الاخر هذا تو مش من الميكرو اللي انت قلت انا عليه. الميكرو الانجلي مسكر انا حال الدول الميكرو الاخرين حال الواحد. From the experience of the cine clubs from Cameroon and India, we'll be back to the Tunisian experience, and we have a panel chaired by Manel Machta. We will have Manel Swayze, the president of FTCC, and also Jihad Ben Slimane, a member of FTCA, and also we are sorry for resuming late for this panel, and we'll give the floor to you. Hello, welcome again. I would like also to welcome all our guests today. Manel Swayze, the head of the Tunisian University for the Cine Clubs. She is a doctor and she has a passion. She is passionate about the cinema. She will speak about her experience after that. And together with Mr. Jihad Ben Slimane, who is a director, engineer, and also a member in the Federal Bureau of the Federation, the Tunisian Federation for the FTCA, and also speak about the Souls on Fire, and he got the prize or the award of 2011 for this film. So I would say sorry for the delay for this panel, and I would address to them with a question that I asked before to the FTCC. So your relationship with the cinephilia, with the cinema, how did you get in to this organization? Thank you. Hello, everybody. Welcome, everybody. I'm so glad to be with you today in order to speak about the FTCC, which is a very important institution for me, because through which I discovered the cinema, maybe at a late age, because I am dwelling in Hammamet and we did not have cinema rooms. And the first time that I watched a film is after I succeeded in my high school in the baccalaureate national competition. And after that, I went to Tunis, the capital. And when I went back to Hammamet, we established the association of cinema club fellows or friends, and we did not have the chance to know the experienced people in the field of cinema, and also we searched a lot in order to find the history of this FTCC. So today we will try to convey this this love to all of you, and we hope that this experience will go on. For me, we will speak about the cine clubs in Tunisia, which are belonging to the FTCC and also the FTCA. And we will speak about, if we want to speak about these two organizations, we have to distinguish between them and Mrs. Insaf. In order to answer you, I would like to say that the context in which the FTCC was established is different from the context in which the FTCA has been established. The FTCC is established in 1962, and it was named as the association, the Tunisian Association of the Cinephilic Youth. and also they are training them in the image techniques, the assembly, and so on and so forth, and mounting of films. And after the 1964, the International Festival of Libya started, and it was a place where all those people got together. And after that, the FTCA has been established. So we can say that today that the veterans in the cinema went through the FTCA, of course, because thanks to the FTCA, they are nowadays directors in the cinema, and also in the absence of an official body for that, the FTCA was specialized in the training of those people, and also they attended before many open international festivals that is open for the African experiences and also the international experiences. This is why many of the directors went through the FTCA, and they consider it as the first federation in the cinema training. The question also is about your own relationship with the cinema, and also the first question that I asked. This is the first question that I asked you. How did you discover this word? And also, we started before from the self-landscape, the individual landscape in which you enter to the cinema. So it started with the cine clubs, and you know that the role of the cine clubs is not just for the cinema training, but they have a cultural and social role to play, and I am lucky to be one of the population of Hammam Lakzaz. And I think in my second year of secondary school, I joined the Cineast Amateur Club in Hammam Lakzaz, and I found that there is a festival which is also related to this region. And I found myself tuned with cinephilia, and also I participated also in many of the training workshops in this club. I don't know whether you ended with the first panel with Mrs. Khmar Bendana and Mr. Habib Misteri. Do you want to react about anything or to comment about anything that had been said by Mrs. Khmar or Mr. Habib, or to know the gap maybe between the veterans and also between the newcomers or the activists in nowadays in the cinema? Do you have anything to say, anything to add? For me, I attended for 15 to 30 minutes, to be honest. And I felt painful because when I came into this room to talk about the history of the cine clubs, and for me, trivial regarding the history of those veterans. But I think that we should be invited from the beginning, and also the other veterans and the other experts also should be invited. And we know that Mrs. Khmar and Mr. Tahar, we respect them, and they are well esteemed. Yes, but I think that many other people should be invited from the FTCC, and also I felt that the FTCC, I felt the FTCC is closed, and that many people are not attending with us. So that's why you are here. So you are here in order to react with what they said. So they said that you are invited. They said that you're invited for the whole symposium. No, we are just invited for this panel. Just for this panel, the invitation was not open for us in order to react on the other panels. So I'm just curious. I was just curious, so that I attended in the middle of the panel after maybe half an hour after it started. But I benefited a lot, of course, from what they said in this panel, and I tried, of course, to get more people reacting here with them. Me also, I share Manel's point And also, I hope that the FTCA would have received an official invitation, and also that the veterans would speak about the history, and maybe the Federal Bureau or the Bureau of the Federation would give us a lot of the insights. I think that the difference between the activities from the FTCA and FTCC, I think that they are both complementary to each other, but they are not similar. And I hoped that we distinguished the difference between them. And also for the historical context, I think it is not the same for both of the associations or both organizations. Of course, maybe we have a difference in our view to the history. For me, I think that the FTCA or the FTCC, they themselves select their spokesman from among a selection of their veterans. So like the state, for example, they recognize a special script of their history. So here, FTCA and FTCC, of course, they would also recognize a special script for their history from one of the veterans, which will be shortlisted or selected by it. And I think that today, for me and for all the attendees, I share your point, I share your opinion. So when we started to prepare for this symposium, I suggested not only the Federation, but I suggested you to be invited in person. So I tried to give you the opportunity to react to all what is said in this panel, because we can get all the veterans and all the old activists in these federations. But I would like to seize the opportunity in order to address Manel with a question. The question is related to the vision of the federation now. Because I noticed that in the 1990s, there was a resistance, and through this resistance, there are many repercussions, such as the prevention of some of the films, and also in the 1980s and 1990s, such resistance, of course, we adopt, and it was a glory for us. But through the screenings, the film screenings that I watched, there is an overwhelming ideology within the culture of the cinema that would embody the lack of freedoms. However, there is something contradictory that happened after the revolution. And after the revolution, we are back to the nostalgia of training of supervisors, the Cine club supervisors. And I remember that Taha Shekhawi had supervised many of the internships and the trainings together with Asma Fani, may she rest in peace. And I would like to say that after the revolution, what is your perception of the activity of the federation? And also, what is the position or the situation of the federation within the general landscape? For me, I think that this is a great event in our life as a nation that we love cinema, we will be cinephilic, but for us, I think if we did not take anything on board from the veterans, but we've got the resilience from them. because as I spoke before that, there were many political restrictions and also there were clashes with the ruling party in the 1970s, and after that there were also many other issues, and in each of the decades there were many transformations and shift. And also, the Tunisian cinema now is more than 70 years old, and I think that this resilience is genetically transferred from the old activists to us. And we are convinced that we did not make an exception here, and that the digital shift and the digitization and the development today would mean a lot for us because there are many new advanced tools, and also this shift together with the liberation and the freedom that they've got, because not only us, we've gained the freedom of expression in those clubs, for example, because if we will speak about the situation of Tunisia and the politics, this is not enough. So we have to understand that there is Artify platform, there is Netflix platform, and young people who is in his home sitting on his sofa watching a film. How can you invite him and get him into the cinema room in order to watch the film? So there are many changes and modifications in our politics and in our policies, and also the programming and the scheduling of the films in the clubs remained as always. So the number of the clubs also, it's sometimes rising, sometimes they are decreasing, and however, we have just alternative screens rather than cinema rooms in those areas. So I think that we have to deal with some of the producers and the distribution companies to set screens in remote areas or remote rural areas in order to let them or to give them the opportunity to watch the film, so that we can just give them the information that we will have set up, and after that we invite them to watch the film, and after that we discuss and we analyze the film with them. So however, we were stuck in two parts. We were stuck into those two parts. So the first part is just to analyze or to watch this film, and also how to convey this this passion to the youth. And now the federation is trying to move upwards or to move forward with the training for the cinema festivals, and to invite youth from our clubs and also from outside our clubs, and they will get to know how they create a file, and also how they contact the guests and how they set up for their festivals. Also, there should be a revolution in how we train festival network in Tunisia. So small festivals with small budgets, but this would represent an opportunity for the youth, because they want to take picture in order to publish it on Instagram or Facebook. So where they want to take photos with producers and filmmakers from other regions or from other countries. So this idea of festivals started in Tunis, in Hammamet, and Cinema Ayun al-Khadra, and in Rdayef. But we shouldn't think about the platforms for film screening, but also we have to get people together in order to provide them with another method of film screening. I think even after the revolution, we have to think about that. Jihad, it is the same question, but it is related to the activity of the FTCA. How would you identify the position and the situation of the FTCA today? Mainly that in a specific period of time, The FTCA played just a training role, as it was called, the cinema school, before, when we did not have cinema schools. So how you identify the situation and the role of the FTCA today, mainly under the light of the establishment of schools, yes, schools, globalization, TikTok, social media, and also the image of nowadays that is, of course, shared in the social media. And within all of that, the FTCA is trying to renovate, and also, of course, we conserve some parts related to the training, and the training is divided into two parts: the theoretical training about the cinema, and we need to get the cinema that came out from our reality, that would express our daily life, and we know that the artistic aspect is very important. However, when they come to the Cine Club, of course, they would receive that, and also in the other part of the training is about the practical training about mounting and assembly, and also how they will go for small films and clubs, and also to be directors of films that can be screened in the festivals, with, of course, resources that are less than the resources allocated to the other films, and also they will play a role in the filmmaking, and also we have another role that we have to play, is that we organize our festival, which is the International Festival of Libya, which is the first international festival in Tunisia in Africa. And it is not just a place for meeting of those who are passionate about the cinema, but it has its own identity. It is unique, and we do not have similar festivals for amateurs in order to meet together there. And I think that those who are not going to the beach, for example, or going to enjoy somewhere else, they have to sit with us in order to understand our identity. And also, this is the role of the federation, is also to link 18 cine clubs, from which 5 or 4 clubs have their own events all along the year, like Zahwen and Gafsa. And so we are, of course, we are here in order to provide trainings, and also in order and also for the production, and also for the organization of festivals. So what is the kind of training provided by the Federation, and also the training provided by the cinema schools? So how can you identify the particularity or the specificity of the training process that you have in your Federation, and whether, when you watch the film, you will identify whether the filmmaker has been trained by the FTC or not? So in the FIFAC or in the GCC, we found in the same competition a film by the FTCA and the other from FIFAC. However, I cannot say that there is a difference in the academic syllabus or the curriculum, but the training from the Cine Club is voluntarily with a limited budget. And we did not have specific program to be respected all of the year, but every club has to set its own program, and sometimes they had been successful, sometimes not. And this would depend on many other factors, of course. And in our clubs, there are many university teachers providing trainings, but the difference between the student who is going to be educated and also the student who come to the Cine Club, this is related to the profile of the student. The profile of the student in 2011 and the student of nowadays. So I think that the belonging to the federation and to the Cine Club has not the same meaning before 2011 and after 2011, because after 2011 students or youth started to gain the freedom of expression and also they can do whatever they want. But when they join the Cine clubs, they will start to resist and also to go through the three processes. So if they want to belong to the FTCA, they have to start with the training from the theory to the practice. They have to participate to make their own film, and they attend the festivals of the federation. In order to gain the loyalty of this member, in order to pursue in all of these phases while he or she feels liberated and some of them, for example, they ask for a meeting from the beginning and they ask about certificates. And we in the federation, we do not give certificates of attendance, for example. And they said or they argue that when they went with that association or with that organization, they got transportation fees as an allowance, and also they got the certificates. And for us in Hammam Larzes, for example, we try to collect money or to earn from the members contributions so that we will pay for the fees. So the situation is not the same anyway.
The active young people that are passionate about culture, etc., if you ask them to give some money as contributions to go and participate in festivals or to go and see some films, this is difficult, and we have to actually reflect about this and find some solution before I pass the word to the room to interact with us, because for the first panel there wasn't a lot of interaction from the public because it was the panel was very rich and the interventions were very rich, and for lack of time. My other question is about the archive concerning the Tunisian Federation for Cinema Clubs and the FTCC. And the FTCA, do you have any strategy for the rehabilitation of archives and making them available for the public? Currently, we, for the year 2022, the strategy for the archive is very primitive because we transitioned or we moved to another headquarters and we need to set it up. So at least we still have to set everything up and then we'll do an inventory. But since the beginning, we were always open to the people that talk to us and communicate with us and request from us that do consultations, consult our archives. They are welcome. And as for the archive and the film archives, is the digitalization of the project. We are on the same wavelength, but unfortunately we are proud of all of the history I was talking about, but when we're talking about archives, there is no valorization of what was done. The existing films need a budget to be digitalized, and it is a full project that it's not only the concern for the FTCA, but for the whole industry, that the movies that were done previously to be digitalized and to be archived. This is an issue, a national issue, and that needs to be tackled, and we talked about this with Hisham bin Ammar before, and we signed conventions to digitalize FTCA movies, but we did not advance that much. So now we are not in the phase of putting value to the things that we've done before. But we are quite conscious with it, but also with dealing with Cinematheque as well. Cinematheque is one of its roles, and it was established to be the library for the Tunisian cinema, that we need to find our archives in it. So even if today there is there are associations like SAPEC or the Tunisian television or broadcasting institutions, they need to play their role in launching and continuing the project of archiving the films. We are open to everything, and we signed a convention. We talked a lot about the archives, and we met a few times, and we have all of our films digitally, and we have like a documentation session reports, and we are the digitalization of these things is very necessary. So we are conscious that we need to do this. The Federal Bureau is, it's not an executive bureau, it's a bureau that it decides or anything, but we are volunteers. We all have other engagements and work, etc. So this is a complete project that needs a budget, that needs a project manager, and need to be in collaboration with Cinematheque. And as for the archive that is already ready, because there are movies that are now being transformed, are you imagining putting them online on YouTube even? So the 20 years, the past 20 years, we have all the movies for that. The Hammam Lenf Club took the initiative. When we write Cine Club Hammam Lenf, we can find all of their movies, and we prepared in the federation. We were talking to Artify, to a platform, but we decided to do our own. We wanted a more specific, and we bought the domain name, and we are in the meantime developing it. Thank you, Manel. So the discussion is open for the public. Manel, I think you wanted to present something, no? We can... I just heard now that Manel told me that you wanted to present something. So discussion is open. Thank you so much. I don't know how to. As a veteran of from the FTCC, as also a historian and a cinephile, I don't know which hat to have. What I want to say is from these three things, from a person that lived through an organization or a short time in an organization from '74. I left the federation. I was not in it since then, and now I became a historian because that is my job, and I am actually training students and teaching students in the field of history, and I am passionate about cinema. So these three three things are still alive in me. I am talking to you because you're younger than me, and because you are now the ones taking over all of these federations. I am one of the people who believed that since 2011 there were a lot of experiences that were great, and I want to say that in cinema clubs and of making clubs of movie making, filmmaking, we have a lot of people that know image, and though the technicalities to image, that they know it, they are passionate about it, they are practicing it, and that want to work in it. Why don't we think, I just had the idea now when I was listening to both of you, why don't we use these capacities for people who know the image, and that image is a matter that is very rich, and that we want to work on it and create it, but we also need to be able to read it and learn it and document it and place it or make it available. Why can't we think between these two organizations and the whole scene of cinema? Forget the state, because the state is weak and cannot do anything and is busy doing other things. But with these organizations that we have that are now having new blood, always with these new generations, with these associations also that are being established and are being founded, can't we think about the history of image as well? Why don't we have a collaboration of efforts, or we'll have trainings about doing this? I am thinking about this because of my age. When I look at the archives, I see that the FTCC is getting ready to a program and an inventory, and I saw it, and I feel like that's great, and that's an expensive thing to do, and it's a lot of effort as well. And a lot of people want to do it, but what don't we do? Why doesn't it become a part of the training of young people coming into these organizations? Why there is a new, so we don't classify it, so we don't stay into doing or making or filmmaking, but also to think about the history of cinema and think in the future that in Tunisia we have new trainings or small meetings or small workshops in common with all the other competences and the capacities that we can provide. So if you start to looking from the outside, the country is full of these capacities. So this should be a vision for the future, that we work also on our history, on writing our history. I am from Hamlinf, and I'm very happy that Hamlinf's movies exist already, but how can we work on them? How can we see them? How can we do these inventories? Why don't we take students and we start trainings on archiving? You call for people who are specialized in archives. We have like an archive office and bureau, and I'm a historian, for example, and other historians, and I am available to you if you need me to train other students to do the archiving for the history of the FTCC. What I wanted to say is that this capability or capacity is, it is about time to start doing this, because there we have a lot of elements, force and energy we have a platform of competences and capacities. You are, three of you, for example, a platform of capacities. Why don't we do something about archiving? These things are to be done necessarily, and one of the things you have to understand, to be able to make films and new things, we have to be able to look back at what we've done before and how to take care of it and how to document it from the 35 to the numeric. We have a lot of like a lot of specialists in technology, in history, in archiving. I think in the future maybe you should add roundtable workshops and meetings with young people who have other capacities of and knowledge about image. The young people now know way more than what we used to know. Why don't we use that in our advantage as well? I don't know if this is clear or not what I've said, but yes, it is clear, and I think it's about time. But like you said, the whole country now is facing a problem with its history and its archive, and it is about time now to start resolving this problem. And like I heard Insaf, this is the first time I heard this from Insaf, that there are official people and unofficial people that talk about the history of the federation. I think maybe you should gather everybody and we understand together the history of image and the history of filmmaking industry in Tunisia. I concur completely with the idea. Hello. I heard a word that Manel said, it rang in my ear and it stuck, which is resilience. It is the resilient transition. When I hear that there is a problem of transition now, our whole country is facing a transition, and Jihad said a word that we are volunteers. We know that you can't do radical change without funds and resources, and we know that the resources and the funds are very, very weak for both establishments and organizations. I saw Manel when she was establishing or founding the Tatawin Club. So today, is it possible to think of diversifying the resources? Maybe we need to look into new ideas and come up with new ideas of looking for funds. There's a kind of resistance from some organizations, governmental and non-governmental. I think maybe now we should think about new mechanisms and capacities to diversify the resources. It is within your right to provide and to find new resources to be able to work. If you don't have the capacities to start setting up the archives, and the state cannot help you. So maybe it is about time now to start thinking about a system that could bring us money. We need money to be able to develop. They can start the club, for example. I like cinema, for example, and I tell Manel I want to start a club, and then we start the club with no funds, with zero money. We cannot advance, but there are a lot of ideas for people to bring in funds and money. The books that could bring money, how many books do we have to bring money? If there are ideas for events, for example, that could bring us funds. I think the main obstacle for the both institutions is next to this debate as well, that the capacities, the financial capacities, Hakka distribution were present with us today. I said, how did you find this formula? How did you find a formula that you could project movies everywhere and you can do movie projections in a lot of places? We also have to look into other ways to present movies and find funds. The discussions that we hold in the Federation is for this reason. Every time we receive a fund or we have the opportunity for a fund, do we always talk about, do we go and apply? Is this imperialism? Is this good terrain for a cultural work? This is a complicated topic, and we don't have a solution for it now. But in the previous 6 years or 5 years, we diversified our resources as a federation with a lot of caution, but there is a group or there is some funds like Tfannen, Creative Tunisia, etc., that we apply for, and we feel like we read a lot about them, and we feel like they do not actually are not very different from our opinions and our principles, and this is within our right as a civil society organization. But development is necessary. We cannot run away from it. But I don't think it's possible that Tahir al-Sharia is a pioneer in theorizing for as the cinephilia of liberation and theorizing for creating the first film festival for the Arab and African cinema. We cannot. It is not possible for us not to be pioneering in our fields and not to create new ideas. So we went into, or we looked into and applied for some funds. For example, we had a caravan. It's called Cinema in Our Neighborhood. So we went to more than 50 neighborhoods, and also with Cine in Meknesi, we were doing workshops for children. It's not a public funding, but our goals were met, and we were able to establish our goals. Not all funds, I think that there are coming changes in regards to foreign financing, like you heard yesterday, but it is necessary to evaluate the capacities of people. So I think the people who are here can actually pass on their knowledge, etc. And from your headquarters, you could create. We tried to create an incubator for film festivals. That the place we are in, it becomes a working space where people can come, filmmakers, the ones that can create movies. They can see directors. They can. But we have to talk and think a lot about this. It's not a closed door, but still. I don't know what's the opinion of the FTCA. This is one of the points that we've been talking about and staying up late talking about for years now, but we chose that with this wave of foreign funding, to request our rights in public funding and to participate in the movie market that the CNCE and the Ministry of Culture need to buy our movies, and we fought for them to buy our films. And our choice was we are not looking for foreign funding, and we never applied for funding from other countries, and we insisted on the importance of this point because when we did also a comparison with other friends in other organizations, they had a lot of problems and disputes, and we found that every project needs to have we found that every funding needs you to go into certain direction, etc. But we have our own path and our own way of doing things, and with the means available to us. I don't think that the funds and the means that's happening to us, I don't think that the fund, if there is a fund that's going to help us do archiving, maybe you will say hello, but also there's this negativity in this discourse. We were counting a lot on public funding and our belief in national culture and Tunisian cinema, and we fought to have a real Tunisian cinema, and for these reasons we remained like this, and for this the federation that was established in '68, there were no years where it wasn't active, even during the dictatorship. The harsh years of dictatorship, the festivals were able to keep their independence, and city officials were actually kicked out of panels and off stage, and we were always calling for the independence of the federation, and through it we were calling for the independence for the Tunisian cinema. Jihad, I just, please, I don't want you to misunderstand. I'm not talking about, when I talk about diversifying the funding, I'm not talking about foreign funding. When I talk about diversifying the funding, it's the creators need to find solutions. I said diversifying the resources, but I'll give you, for example, an example for diversifying the resources. I know that associations that diversified their funds when they printed a book. I am in total agreement with you, and with the challenge today for the federation is, and for other associations, how for you to establish sustainability today, you have to create your own resources. We have some funds, for example, that are coming from our films, etc., and we have to start thinking also. And this thinking process needs to continue, and we have to go into the reaction phase because the federation needs to create its own resources, but during this crisis cannot only rely on public funding and cannot survive when you are dependent on public funding. She's not talking to the mic. Thank you.